Alrighty. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. You're good, you're good. 'Tis Monday. I'm I'm more tired on Monday than I am on Friday. It doesn't make no sense. So much DIY, so many just things, you know, when the good weather comes out, you suddenly realise that 25,000 things that you didn't do over winter all of a sudden need doing. But it's Monday, time to play some video games. Yes, boys and girls. Hope we're all well. Hope you had a good weekend. I have the desire this week to probably cap out my character, which means I need one more piece of crafted gear for me to like be happy, content. I want to get the second piece of the World Tenders set. Just so we get the 2-piece bonus. That's really all I want to do. Then I think my dude is kind of chilling until probably 12.1, to be honest. 12.07 will bring some easier acquisition of myth crests, but I'm probably not going to get myself that much myth gear, so I'm about done with gearing. But I want to seriously start looking in a bit more detail with maybe spinning up Team NA. I need to... I was talking about this the other day. I need to try and find out what my login is for Team NA. Let me turn down the tunes just a touch. I can, because my NA account doesn't have game time, it doesn't have midnight, it doesn't have nothing. And that's kind of by design. We want to start as fresh, as clean as possible, with as little going on as possible. And just purely see what decor can do for us on an account that doesn't have midnight, without really much of any progress. See what's possible. That's a little mini adventure that's intrigued me quite a lot. But what do we want to start with this week? Let me double check my progress, because I basically have not even played the game in 2 days. I've been that busy. Delves have been done. I've done a few rituals, clearly, because it's showing tier 13 in the vaults. I've actually been trying to clear some of the... Or clear through some of the final questing from Season 1. Get up to speed with the rest of the story, that sort of thing. Am I the only one that feels like this season's already over? No, I mean, it's, I mean, no, you're not. It's the easy answer. I've been thinking much of the same. Now, of course, I'm not the kind of person that, like, pushes gear, very aggressively, but that aside, I sense a lot of other people are in the same sort of boat. See, an expansion launch season is very different to a normal season, though. An expansion launch season, can't flip and talk this morning. You get this massive, overwhelming feeling of there is 75,000 million things I want to do. And you want to do them all at the same time because everything's brand new and everything's shiny. And you obviously have to choose where to spend your time because there's only 24 hours in a day, even if you get the luxury of playing this as much as you want. But then you find you get this crash halfway through where you've done the thing you really wanted to do, but you've spent so much time playing the game already, all of a sudden all of the other things don't look as appealing. This is why I kind of hope 12.07 with the 2 new little mini zones brings a touch of freshness. But I also wonder, just excluding the running around collecting another recolor set of mogs, what there might be that appeals to too much of the wider audience who's already geared. Other than doing it again on alts, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm going to start the day, though, with a cheeky little run of a ritual. I'm still trying to get this damn leatherworking recipe. It does, in theory, drop from the last box, but it's clearly rare. it'll be a good day in the office if it does drop. And this gives me the opportunity to practice running this a little bit faster, a little bit more optimized. 2 chests just chilling there, look. Well, I mean, one thing that World of Warcraft players are generally pretty good at is, like, making themselves their own mini goals on stuff they want to do. You know, you can be working towards getting all of your achievements if you care about the big expansion-wide Lore Master style achievements, meta achievements. I can't remember what. There's sort of signs of what looks to be the start of what will be a meta achievement. You know, making sure you've collected all the treasures in all the zones, making sure you've killed all the rares, and you've done all of this sort of stuff. It's that kind of keep yourself busy activities. But if you find enjoyment in that sort of stuff anyway, now's a good time to be doing it if you've finished the sort of the basic gearing on your character. I mean, I tend to live by the theory that if I've got to a point where I'm happy with my gear, I imagine most other people also have. Especially in a season like this, where I spent the first 6 to 8 weeks of the season doing nothing but goal making. Couldn't care. I didn't even have my ults leveled to 90 until like about a week ago, 2 weeks ago maybe. I need to remember we actually do need to kill the dude up here, don't we? But yeah, this week is probably going to be a little bit more of an exploration into maybe spinning up Team NA. Part of me wonders just how... Oh, hello. Where's the big dude? Needs to be interrupted. Part of me wonders just how much of it I'll do on stream, because it's going to consist of a lot of lumber farming. And I am not convinced I will be comfortable making lumber farming super interesting from a streaming perspective. It's more something I will do probably whilst... Oh my god, I'm literally nearly dead. While doing something else, but... to showcase that, you know, if you are willing to put some passively AFK time into farming lumber... I think farming lumber is probably even more passive than farming herbs and ore. That, you know, there's still not only plenty of gold in it, I genuinely do have this feeling of that it might be the thing that holds its value the best for players who are consistent with it. Crafting is so volatile these days. Even farming has these massive spikes in, like, interest and demand. Kind of because crafting is also relatively volatile in that regard. Unless, of course, you are farming up your transmogs or something like that, where there's always a relatively steady supply or need. I didn't set a timer for this. I'm not particularly trying to zoom it, but I'm just trying to kill things sort of efficiently, not die. And this will harvest both some easy crests, some void light, which we always need more of, and if we're really lucky, a cheeky leatherworking recipe, which the smart person in me would probably, you know, the goblin in me would want to sell it, but at the same time, it's a mount recipe, isn't it? A mount recipe is usually pretty sought after. Cool thing to have if we can get it. I might just pull all of these and kill them. They get in the way otherwise. One of these mobs really hits hard, and I haven't worked out what it is. I mean, it's probably that bear, isn't it? Good luck with the recipe. I've over 50 but never seen one. Yeah, I know it's very, very low chance. But I've got other good reasons to be here right now. Good for the moat. It's good for the crests, sorry. It's good for the crests. Good for Void Light. It's good for a bunch of things. And it's a good way to sort of wake up the muscle memory. Welcome in there, Crazy Bear. Hope you're doing well. Now, there's a pretty big topic of discussion we should probably approach again today. As it's starting to see more traction. Most of the chatter I've seen on this so far is been in K-Chak's Discord. But I do want to talk a little bit more today about how there is a super clear and obvious massive bot problem. Bot/exploit. I mean, it doesn't matter which one it is, does it? This has made me giggle more than anything else. People seem to be arguing amongst themselves over whether it's an exploit or whether it's a bot. As if it fucking matters. Like, the point is that there is clearly something going on that should not be going on at a very large scale, pumping humongous amounts of materials into both Team NA and EU markets at borderline. I mean, there's a solid reason why people think it's a bot and why it's an exploit, because it's just an unnatural amount of materials coming out of fucking nowhere. But yeah, we will probably discuss. Oh my god, I'm nearly dead again. Probably discuss that in a little bit more detail once there's a few more people willing to chip in with their thoughts. Oh my god, I'm nearly dead. Got the mount made by one of my guildies on his first try. Flipping out, yeah. Some people just get lucky, don't they? Deadpool, welcome in. Some people just get lucky. I mean, that's literally how 1% drops work. If 100 people go and do it, one person should get it. I think it's less than a 1% drop chance, though. A 1% drop chance wouldn't mean the recipe is still like 100 to 200k. Octoberly talked me into heroic as somebody who kills level 1 toons. Why would I even think this is a good idea? Sometimes doing something a bit different is can be enjoyable. Right, let's maybe try and be. Where did my pet? Let's pull you. Be a little bit more methodical about this. You guys. Now, these ads, or these are going to turn up in a second. Which is what screws me over sometimes, because they turn up unexpectedly. Kill all of the ads first. Take it chill. No unnecessary deaths. Beautiful. Then we kill the big dude. I wonder if nullification's the one we were meant to interrupt. Oh, hardcore, sorry. Not even heroic. Well, even that. Even doing hardcore is crazy business. There's loads of people that are clearly like just kind of twiddling their thumbs, waiting for like a classic announcement of some sort. And this is kind of getting people into playing hardcore and stuff again. I can't figure out what it is, and I'm not sure if it's just content creator bias, but there's just something about the Midnight expansion that is off. Maybe it's just that there's quite a lot of change to how the game plays right now, that it just makes the whole game feel different to players. But I've noticed huge amounts of people just like, they've played the Midnight expansion and they've not had fun, but they also don't seem to have had the same amount. There doesn't seem to be the same amount of hype for the expansion in general as there is at most expansion launches. And I don't know why that is. It's just one of those gut feelings that you can't really explain. I know the depth to it seems to be a little bit off. I'm not sure. This is possibly the simplification sort of things coming in. You know, when they change an awful lot of things and they change everything a little bit, I guess it kind of adds up and it makes it difficult to like pinpoint why something feels weird, why something feels off. But it's kind of one of those weird illusions, because when you look at it at face value, the game is in an incredible place. Probably got more players than it's had for quite some time, it feels. Like, you know, there's been a few bugs and issues and whatever, but generally speaking, gearing is faster. The game is more alt-friendly than it probably ever has been. Like, there's no reason for the game to feel off, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Oh, hello, there's a bonus, dude. There's a good chance today, I don't know how well my microphone's going to pick this up, but there's a huge amount of building work going on near my house. So if there's random saws going off and bashes and crashes and booms, that's what it is. Let me get my brain into gear for this boss, because this one annoys me. I often have to try and take him out a few times. I think I'm just going to ignore, like, basically everything else other than these red blobs on the floor, which you meant to soak. There we go, he's dead now. He's not doing anything stressful now. $4.95 on the spoils. Can't be much more than 10 minutes into this. Get this final boss down. It's a good start to the day. Welcome in, Mr. Norton. How we doing? Anything new for goal making in 1207? I mean, obviously 1207 is a continuation of 1205, so the field accolades stuff is still being built upon. I'm nearly dead. This is going to kill me. That's why I need to kill him real fast. You're going to be able to use these dark particles to turn them in for, like, cosmetic loot boxes. Now, those cosmetics, at least at the moment, are BOE, which means they'll be tradable. So there's a bit of money in that potentially. But it's a question of just how many people do it and just what price people pay for them. But, you know, an opportunity is an opportunity nonetheless.
My flames overwhelm you.
My pet's taking a humongous amount of damage.
Show them what awaits.
Right, minions need to be executed double time.
My flames overwhelm you. Weak will filth. There's no hope for any of you. My flames overwhelm you.
Yeah, it's that volley I think I need to interrupt. That's like my #1 interrupt ability. Rest of it's fine. Down he goes. Down he goes. Beautiful.
How it feels.
Go on, recipe. Go on, recipe. Never lucky. Never lucky. 136 field accolades, 400 void light, bunch of rep, and 20 hero dawn crests. We take it. We take it. This game's way too segmented nowadays. Too many currencies, too many events, yet still it feels like none of it matters. A bit more mobile gamey. More and more I don't have the mental stamina to keep up or care anymore. I'm just raid logging at this point, posting my auctions, don't interact with the game anymore in a way it was meant to be. Yeah, this is kind of the thing, isn't it? It makes it really difficult to like nail, like pinpoint that this is where it feels awkward or weird. The currency thing's definitely true though. I mean, you open the currency tab and it's actually just disgusting. Like we're in season 1 and look at the amount of currencies we've got. Like it's actually banana. Like 2 pages of currencies. It's just kind of criminal. It's not the time to come back to WoW then, having fun in No Man's Sky and then finishing off Season 4 in the season in Diablo 4. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, if you're, like... Gaming is a hobby that is should entirely 100% revolve around you just having fun, right? So if you're... There's... No progress in a video game should ever pull you away from something else if you're having more fun somewhere else. Blizzard create an entertainment product, and the more people stay away for longer durations of time because they can't obtain the entertainment that they feel that they're paying for with WoW, the more Blizzard will notice. Like, don't force yourself to come back, honestly. I took a little bit of a, a little bit of change of scenery, playing some pirates and playing some Diablo and whatever, but, then came back to WoW when I was comfortable to come back to WoW. And also, a 0.5 and a 0.7 patch should just be, like, bonus content. You kind of almost don't want there to be huge, humongous, you must come back to the game things happening in a 0.5 or a 0.7 patch. No, because then that's just like, that's overkill at that point, This, I think, is what people are saying. They want something to do. I don't know, it's difficult. This is what you can't please everybody, can you? It's a live service product at the end of the day. There needs to be something to keep people entertained most of the time, but you should still save your, like, big headline updates for once every 6 month major patches. I've made a real boo-boo there. I was meant to feign death before I pulled this boss. Now I'm going to have to fight all of these in one go. Right, Beast Cleave for the win. I might actually be cooked here. Oof. Survived that somehow. That wasn't meant to be. Sheesh. Came out of that alright actually in the end. Dells, mythics, raids, endeavors, spearfishing, rituals, ritual sites, abundance, lumber farming. And yeah, and the list goes on. That's before you try and level alts, complete campaigns, you know, kill rares, farm achievements, do some battlegrounds, PvPs, arenas. This is where my concept of calling retail arcade mode has come from, though, like over the last few years. It feels like it's arcade mode because it feels like it's lots of really fun stuff to do when you want lots of really fun stuff to do. But the second it starts to become overwhelming to you, that should showcase that it's a strong time to maybe take a break from the game. Because if a game is overwhelming to you, then you know, it's an entertainment product. As soon as it stops being entertaining, stop giving it your time, honestly. It's so much more healthy to just put the game down and don't worry about it. People get trapped in FOMO and sunk cost. Oh, I've done all of this in the game. If I stop now, then I'll be missing that last 10% or whatever. Nah, don't worry about it. Genuinely, don't worry about it. Put the game down, go play something else for a while, come back when it appeals to you again. You got to remember, content creators are usually both biased and very special individuals. Right? Content creators are biased from one perspective of that often a lot of their livelihood is attached to the game, so they have more interest in the game by proxy of that. Secondly, the reason that most content creators end up being content creators, I'm talking about streamers and things as a whole here, is the fact that they genuinely are more willing than average to play the game, a disgusting amount. Most people are probably not going to share that same level of enthusiasm permanently. And that's okay. Right? That's the thing to remember. That's okay. Right, get these little lads out of the way first. Go on, kill it before those ads turn up. I don't want to have to kill 2 more elites. Don't have the damage for it. Come over here. Oh, and I went and flipping tab targeted a bunch more anyway. Right, whatever. Kill him! All bonus spoils. FOMO. Gotta chase that FOMO. I mean, no, I'm going to be stoned for this, but I'd say slow down with the new events, make them better, not more of. In general, this should be applied to the game, quality over quantity. Yeah. It's difficult because it's probably a bit of a conundrum here, right? It's a bit of a catch-22. That this is a live service game, right? This game is never switched off, which has kind of meant over the years that they've used off patches, 0.5 patches, 0.7 patches, to release what is basically in their eyes considered test content. You know, they have an idea for a game mode or a system, and instead of putting in a major patch where it's arguably more important, they will put it out in a mini patch, 0.5 or a 0.7, and then gauge people's opinion on it. And they'll take the positive feedback, and they'll take the negative feedback, and then they'll work that into whatever they plan to build next. But for those players who do play the game pretty consistently throughout an entire expansion, it probably does feel like there's just an overload of shit that why did they bother releasing this? This is why MMOs are one of the most difficult genres of video games to keep consistent, because when a normal game comes out, there is often 5 years of development and thought process and testing that goes on. Oh my god, oh that's gonna hurt. There's usually humongous amounts of time spent figuring shit out. A live service game, an MMO that's already been up and running 20 years, like, they gotta figure shit out on the fly, right? They kind of gotta fly by the seats of their pants. Where better to get, you know, real player feedback from than to push a mini event like Abundance. I genuinely only hope that they push that, you know, from the Abundance they have learned categorically that not to do it again. Like, quite honestly, I think the general consensus has been that this is fun for about 4 minutes, but they've done the same thing again as what they did with Torghast. They took, and the difference was with Torghast. I've always defended Torghast. It was nicknamed Torghast, and it was entirely because people were forced to run it twice every week on every character. Because that, of course, was before we had any warbandy system. People were forced to run it twice a week per character, whether you liked running it or not. And even if you did like running it, it became a chore because you felt forced to do it. Abundance is exactly the same. In fairness, Abundance is a significantly worse piece of content because you don't do anything. It is a mobile game illusion. You're not doing anything in the Abundance. Like, they've created it to the point where it's impossible to lose. The only possible way you can lose at Abundance is if you accidentally somehow end up in there completely solo and you do nothing for 3 minutes. You know, the ability to fail in Abundance is basically non-existent. So there's no gameplay to it. You don't do anything. It's just a time sink. And then they make crafters do it 8 times a week. Not 2 times a week, 8 times a week on each character. They didn't learn from the Torghast experience, clearly, but what we do know is that over a space of about 4 or 5 years, Blizzard seemed to learn things and then unlearn them again. I've noticed this a lot. But of course, I've played the game for 20 years, so I've seen it happen a few times already. You know, and this is why when Blizzard come out and say, we're learning and we're listening, well, that's great, but in 2 years' time, you'll have changed half of the devs and you'll have conveniently forgotten again. Or conveniently or not conveniently, however you want to look at it. You'll have at least, they'll have still forgotten again. How many of these dark particles have we got now? Somebody said, yeah, they only stack to 250. Probably 1,000 or so of these dark particles, I think, ready to just turn them in for boxes. But I think there were 150 particles a box. But 10 of them would be good, wouldn't it? Going into the patch, it'd be good to be able to just insta-buy 10 boxes and see what we get. Oh, what did I take humongous damage from then? God bless for green. God bless green balls. This corrupted rush. Let's interrupt that and say it's dead now. Coffee is good this morning. Oof.
Papa, I would hear your scream.
It's weird, right? I don't actually always drink coffee at the weekends. But, like, and this goes to show I'm not, like, totally dependent on coffee. I know some people, if they don't get their coffee in the morning, they're just an absolute ruin of a person. But I know I'm not dependent on coffee at all, because quite often at the weekend I won't drink it. And it's because drinking coffee is part of my weekly routine.
I was just beginning.
You know, I get dogs walked, breakfast sorted, and then I do a few admin things in the morning, boot up the stream, and then we drink coffee. So if I'm not booting up the stream, then I'm often not drinking coffee. It's weird. But I don't seem to miss it at the weekends. I've always had a bit of a higher than average tolerancy to caffeine, I think.
My flames overwhelmed. I was just beginning.
Oh, let me pet die. Tragic behaviour. Good. Down he goes. Down he goes. Right, come on. Give me this damn recipe. Never lucky. Never lucky. Where's the 40k void light though is nice. Across all of my characters I've got 70,000 void light. And there's about 300,000 worth I need to just grab all of the stuff that's in the game so far. That's wild. I'll start probably a little bit earlier this expansion, start cherry picking like some of the pets and the mounts and the stuff, I think. Yes, we're gaining quite a lot of this quite rapidly. But flipping out, the amount that's needed is astronomical. I need to figure out what I'm actually going to do with field accolades. Because unless they make these warbound transferable, I don't actually have that much use for them. Oh wait, hang on, is there going to be... Wait, is this one of the 1207 changes? Oh, I'm getting confused. Yeah, can't you buy the alt caches? Next patch that comes in, doesn't it? Yeah, welcome in Loot Fever, by the way. Yeah, I think next patch you can buy... It's only champion gear though, isn't it? Which weirdly might not actually even be of that value for my alts by that point. Because it's random champion gear as well, isn't it? It's not even like you can pick. The irony of all ironies is that these dark particles are going to be worth more to me than the flipping field accolades. Which seems a touch backwards. Yeah, still it being champ gears though is the issue there for me. Right, what are we looking at crest-wise? I'm at 0 myth dawn crests and I need 80. Oof. 860. Does that mean I need 240 hero dawn crests? 240 hero dawn crests to be able to convert them into 80 myth dawn crests to craft my last piece of crafted gear. Ouch. This is a real grindy way of getting better gear, isn't it? Oh my god. We're hitting serious levels of diminishing returns when it comes to effort here. But there's that carrot at the end of the stick for me permanently, which is that leatherworking recipe. Which is why I don't mind doing it on this character. That carrot on the stick is alluring enough. What's that recipe worth these days still? Have a little looky. Rope links harness, this is it. You see, the silly thing is as well, this is a bind-on pickup mount. They really should have not made this bind-on pickup. They really should have made this, like, just a tradable mount. I mean, you've already got the broken links leash, which is bind-on pickup in the first place. Can only drop if you're a renown 8. Can drop on any difficulty level regardless of active affixes. Unconfirmed if higher difficulties, additional affixes, or higher performance scores increase your chances of obtaining it. I got this, like, almost instantly when hitting renown 8, I think. I think they'd have done a much better job of maybe getting rid of this and just making it a proper crafting mount with a rare recipe. But completionist in me still wants the recipe. Recipes, leather working, uncollected current expansion. Really? Do I not have the primal spore banding recipe and it's 200 gold? I mean, there's no reason to not have that then. Where's that come from? Blinding Veil, normal, heroic, mythic. Yeah, that seems basically free. PvP set is one of those that I just have to bite the bullet at some point and just buy it. Getting the entire PvP set is just a requirement for me for the sake of completion. But it's like, what, 50k? 50k per set, so 100k to get the mail and the leather. Ouch. Ouchisters. Yeah, 140k right now. The rope links harness. Regional sale average of 150. So it's competitively priced at 138. Competitively priced and not humongous amounts of them. I wonder how much I spend on recipes every expansion, you know. Just purely trying to collect all the recipes, I must spend humongous amounts of gold. It's probably where most of my gold goes. Aranir canopy bed. Are we at the point now where we can start to use a similar... We must be at the point where I can start to use a similar pricing strategy for Thalassian lumber. Being to take the sale average of every item that is crafted with it, minus off 30% or something for the cost of the materials. Because what does a Haranir leather pillow take? Oh, it takes a majestic hide. Oh, well, there. Oh, okay. Then that kicks that rule out the window then. 1 majestic hide, bender thread, 5 fantastic fur. So it's basically 1 majestic hide and 16 lumber. Which your majestic hide is, let's say, 5k. And then your regional sale average for the plush pillow is 5k. Indicating that people are now at a point where they're basically giving away the lumber. Or let's say you get your majestic hide for 4k on the cheap right now. You're still only getting 1,000 gold for 16 Thalassian lumber. This makes me wonder, you know, are people violently underestimating? People violently undervaluing lumber? Some servers are weird when it comes to pricing the lumber. It's because nobody's got the first clue on how to price it, that's why. No, literally, people have not got the first clue on how to price it. And it does kind of make me think that people all just go, oh, well, what do the materials cost? Oh, the materials cost 10k. Well, I don't know how to price this lumber, so I'll just craft it and I'll sell it at 11k. You know, people are probably at the point where they are basically giving their lumber away for free. Haranir canopy bed. Let's double check what this looks like. 2 majestic hide, so this is going to be 10k sale average. No, 6.2k sale average. This, on average, sells for less than the value of the 2 majestic hides that go in to make it. Never mind the 46 lumber. Wow. Holy smokes. You know what they say? Farmed it so it's free? I mean, it's less than free right now. What's the price of a majestic hide? $4k, and you need 2 of them to make one of those beds. So if you've got 8k worth of majestic hide. You've got 8k worth of majestic hide for every canopy bed you produce. 8k worth of majestic hide just by itself, and the regional sale average is 6.2k. %40 resourcefulness procs. Or 40% resourcefulness procs. 40% resourcefulness procs. When resourcefulness actually procs, it only gives you about 1/3 of the materials back. And it's not even guaranteed to land on the majestic hide. So you're probably only looking at about a 10% saving at best with 40% resourcefulness. So that takes 8,000 gold worth of majestic hide. 10% saving takes you down to 7,000 gold. People are selling it for 6,200 gold on average. On average, people are giving it away. Literally giving it away. No achievements, no rewards. 90% of players have already left player housing. I mean, I'm not convinced it's dead. I just was never that hopeful for Midnight Lumber anyway. Because, like I said, I knew quite quickly that people would basically end up giving the lumber away. Interesting, though. Interesting. Let me quickly... I want to, come in real quick. Is it going to let me... How do you open two Battle.net clients at the same time? You always used to be able to. Why won't it let me do it now? Oh, for God's sake, stop putting my settings up on that screen. Okay. Being weird. Let me try something. Is that Battle.net app last option? Aha. I think I might have it. Might have cracked the code. Oh, I'm just trying to log into the Battle.net for my NA account. Why does it say it has midnight? It definitely doesn't. It doesn't and shouldn't even have game time. Aha. Social contract. Look at my character names. Okay. 9,000, 8,000, 2,000 gold. Well, we're poor as beans then. Poor as beans, but we do have a character. 3 hunters. We would need to make a druid over on Team NA. Oh, I don't even have 268,000 gold on the account for game time. So we'd have to get the credit card out to do that. Okay, that's fine. At least I know At least I now have the login. I don't know what it is. There isn't, but it looks like there's loads more individual servers over on NA. I know in terms of like auction house clusters, there's about the same, but big brain, make a level 1, get a friend to send you some gold, then I owe you them. That also works. That also works. Okay, at least I found the account though. Found the account. We're gonna have it's about 25 to 30, no more than 30. Oh no, it's definitely more than 30. There's about 75 to 80 realms, I think, on NA. You convert gold to BattleNet balance and then use that on US. No, they're completely different BattleNets. They're completely different BattleNets. And in all honesty, for the sake of like $13, I'd just take the credit card out. It's fine. No, but in terms of auction house clusters, there's like many more. There's 82 in EU. I mean, there's hundreds of like actual individual servers, but half of them are connected. When you talk about auction house clusters, there's 82, I think, excluding the Russian ones, so probably 90. New challenge: make enough gold for a token without a sub. Oh god, I'm not going in that route. I mean, I don't even think that's possible these days. I don't think there's even can you even hold that much gold or do that much stuff? I don't think it's even possible. But okay, at least I know I have the login details now, which is fine. I'll fix that. That's not a today job. That's just me just testing something that I'll take a little bit of a look at later. What I do actually need to do, I think, is let's hearth. In fact, we'll just hearth back to city. Double check patron orders on this dude. Keep up with the knowledge points. Prep for season 2. No, my NA account has like literally nothing. It has those 3 characters, and it has a long boy. That's literally it. Like I've got about 10 hours played on my NA account. Like literally nothing. It's about as fresh as a daisy. I've, for the most part, basically never played over on NA. I just have the account, and I got the long boy on it. Was kindly gifted the long boy on it, I should state, to so that for future use it would be there. That future use may be soon. Where's me craft sim window gone? Where's me craft queue? Okay. Do we usually get a preview of new tiers? If yes, it must be this week or next. In 2 weeks-ish, we'll get a new PTR. I don't know if... We don't usually get that much of a preview. I would imagine that they will wait until 12:07 is out, because I guess that there is story stuff in 12:1 that would be spoilerific if we haven't even had 12:07 yet. I would imagine. So I'm not expecting a PTR or even like an announcement of 12:1 just yet. Soon though, I'd imagine. I'd guess. Next couple of weeks is probably a fair estimate though. Alright, there's jewel crafting. Let's go have a little poke around leatherworking. I mean, that's really poor. Literally nothing going on with these. Tragic. Tragic. Recipe. Okay, what I do actually want to take a little look at is I think I've still got vaults on some of my alts, weirdly. Kind of breaks my brain a little bit not playing over the weekend. Because I'm always like, oh, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we got loads of time. And then all of a sudden, if I don't play over the weekend, I'm like, shit, it's Monday. I've got today or tomorrow to do stuff, and then it's reset again. Weeks go, weeks seem to go pretty quick at the moment. Right, so where had I got to and what was I doing on this fella? I think I have... Let's just double check. Yeah, I still haven't claimed something out my vault on this dude. Question is why? What was I leaving in the vault that could be so worth leaving in the vault? And what was it I was trying to do? A reasoning of leaving it in the vault. I have shoulders that are not set. No point grabbing those because I've already got set shoulders. I have two-handed weapon, which might not be a terrible choice. Or I have a ring, is marginally better than what I've got because of leech, but then probably not any better because it's a haste verse ring. So actually, the only thing of those I'm actually going to take is going to be the weapon regardless, isn't it? So let me just take that. It's getting to the point in the week where you should just take the reward. Yoink. And then, what is this dude looking like for next week's vault? Oh, I'd done a couple of 8s. I'd run 4 tier 8s, apparently. Probably burning some more bonus rolls. Try and get some hero gear. Do I have any bonus rolls left? 2 bonus rolls left. I could go run 2 tier 8s for 2 more bonus rolls. Then he's just done for bonus rolls. What am I looking for? Neck. Chest. Neck, chest, gloves, waist, legs, boots. Flipping loads of stuff, mate. Loads of stuff. Okay, I think I do a couple more tier 8s. Or those bonus rolls aren't going anywhere. I do already have 4 done week. Then maybe I check my other alts and make sure I'm at least this point before I spend too much time trying to do 4 more bountifuls on this dude for 1 extra chance at a piece of gear. The crest upgrade thingy, that's character bound, isn't it? It's not an account-wide achievement. So, am I right in saying? Because on my main, I can transfer all crests up to myth crests if I want. But I can only do that on that character, right? To do that on this character, I have to unlock it. You have to unlock that luxury on each character, don't you? But this dude isn't going to... Yeah, look, he doesn't sell me the ability to upgrade crests any higher than what this character's gear is. So I can't... But you get a discount. Okay, so it's going to take me less crests to upgrade. I'm going to need the gear though, aren't I? It still doesn't alleviate the fact that you need the gear. You just need, what is it, 50% less crests? Is that what the discount is? So if I wanted to upgrade this now, it would be 50% cheaper than it was on my main. Yeah, okay. Well, I can upgrade all the way to 6 of 6 hero for basically half price on this dude. Okay. I see. And I can still only upgrade crests as far as this dude lets me.
It is a world of wonders.
Okay, let me just go. I'm going to go run a couple. Oh, well, hang on. Colgate Calamity is like literally right here. Have we got like... Oh, the Grudge Pit as well. I don't mind doing the Grudge Pit. You don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to figure anything out. It's just kill everything in sight. I don't mind to kill everything in sight. That's fine. I might go do the Grudge Pit first. If you've got 10 out of 12 Void Cores, purchase another 2 for this week, then have 4 bonus rolls. Am I at 10 out of 12 purchased, or am I at 10 out? Current season maximum, 10 out of 12. So yeah, you might be right. I might be able to go pick up another 2. That gives me 4 more delves, which I could, in theory, bonus roll on.
Catalog every newcomer.
4 more chances at hero gear this week. Massive quality of life update in 1207 for shards. Bing or links.
Oh, and it's you again.
Oh, for Dun shards. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's that is lovely. That's bloody lovely. Sorry, I confused me. You did write shards. My brain heard crests. Because that's what we were talking about. My brain heard crests. Okay, we've grabbed those then. Where am I going? Arendar, Grudge Pit, that's where I'm going. Yeah, big for concentration ults. Now, I am somewhat of the belief that concentration is not worth, that it's still not worth going for epic tools on a concentration ult. That said, if on your concentration ults you are also doing patron orders, which you probably should be because it doubles the amount of gold each character's worth right now, even though it does also double the amount of time, but you know, your I only need to do 8s, don't I? What was I saying? Yeah, if you're also doing patron orders, you will open enough goodie bags to probably get 8 shards every other week, I would guess. And by getting 8 shards every other week, you can quite quickly then just go and do a done run. It's a 5-minute job. The goodie bag has got a bunch of gold in it as well. That's not a terrible use, and you will just slowly get enough fused vitalities in order to be able to craft the epic tools. But I would still say that any investment on a concentration ult only goes to delay, you know, its profitability, which, unless you've got a super optimized concentration setup, which I'm going to go as far as saying is probably jewel crafting and alchemy these days. If you've got any other professions outside of those, you're probably not going to be too happy about spending anything on them. Even 5,000 gold for your epic profession tools could be 2 weeks of concentration on that character, you know. I personally wouldn't really consider it valuable, but some people are limited on characters and want to spend more time to gain more, even if it's not very efficient, I suppose. So each to their own. I would more say it's massive for those people going into Season 2 that didn't really play that heavily in Season 1. It's still going to take you the same amount of weeks to get your epic tools. There's no catch-up involved, but at least it's going to allow you to do it with near to no effort each week. Basically meaning you've got almost no excuse of not doing it.
This is for you.
The only excuse will be is that getting the 8 shards can be a bit of a pain if you're not really that proactive on playing that character. In my little video I did of it, I showcased that just grabbing some treasures around Zulaman is, in my opinion, your best option. A lot of people like fishing, but there also seems to be some real fake news on the go when it comes to fishing. There's no way you get all 8 shards in 10 minutes fishing, yeah, like some people claim. You might do once if you're lucky, but that's not a consistent performance. I've gone 10 minutes fishing without getting a single shard, for example. I think it's very random via fishing. I would much more recommend most people don't do it on reset day, because on reset day you never find any treasures. But at some other point during the week, you can spend 10 minutes flying around picking treasures to get your done shards if you kind of must. I've just realised Valir is meant to be tanking here, not me. Why am I taking so much damage? Yeah, the goodie bags via patron orders is probably the best way to do it. And then just go do your done runs once you've got 8. And you can just stack them all. Would be the way I would do it. To be honest, that's how I've been doing it on my ults right now anyway. Like, I don't try and get the shards, but by the time I've passively gained 8 shards via doing something else, then I'll go out of my way to do some done runs, but I ain't touching done runs until 12:07 at this point now. No way am I going anywhere near that. I'm not spending any more time in there than I have to. Not a chance.
Now strike. Be you well?
It's weird because the fishing event is actually a quicker on a per... Fishing event's quicker on a per fused vitality basis. Because you can get 3 fused vitality from it, like, in 5 minutes. But it takes ages to fly to the fishing thing. Or the deep sea spear thing. I always call it the fishing thing. The anglers. It takes longer to get there than it does to do the bloody event. But now the fact you can get 7,200 fused vitality in 3 minutes, then that's going to be the quickest thing you can do per week.
One moment.
Kind of bouncing around, flip-flopping around a bit. Why am I picking up mislaid curiosities? I don't need to pick these up anymore. Valera's level 60. I don't need to. How are we doing, Goldson? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Or good evening in your case. Got 14 fused vitality already on the concults from just doing the weeklies. I mean, that's good for almost 1 piece of epic gear.
This is for you.
Epic tools I can see being worth for concentration. But you are going to find there's a weird... Another reason I wouldn't say that pushing epic tools on concentration ults is a great idea, because there's a bit of a conflict of interest. Whatever you're using for concentration, you probably want to stack multicraft for concentration, but you want to stack resourcefulness for patron orders.
I don't think so.
So you either need 2 tools, or you need to just be content with none, in my opinion. Because both dual crafting and alchemy, you absolutely want your tool to be multicraft. But that multicraft tool then will not benefit you in any way, shape or form with the patron orders that you probably are also doing. So... yeah, you either need to do it twice, you either need to craft 2 tools, which comes at twice the expense, which comes with twice the repay time, which comes twice the farming. It's still just not a good idea, in my opinion. Concentration is not worth this much effort.
Breathe deep.
More than anything, I would probably recommend doing a dun-dun run once a week on your concentration ults, just for the goodie bag that you for the weekly chest, because you can bang that out in 1 run. And that weekly chest can have a few thousand gold in it. That'll double the value, but you know, that doubles your profits for the week.
Speak no more.
I guess in that regard, the fused vitality just comes as a bonus then. You still got to incur the cost of crafting the epic tools though.
Be quiet.
Which, you know, you may say, oh, it's only 5,000 gold, but by the time you multiply that by 50 ults, it's, you know,
Try harder next time.
quite a lot of gold all of a sudden. Farmed my 8 shards last week, but forgot to do my runs. This week I can do 16 runs total, but no, you can't do 16 runs. You can still only do 8 runs.
My eyes on you.
You've just pre-farmed your shards, that's all that's happened.
Speak no more.
Negative? Wait, you've never been able to do more than 8 runs in a week. You have a total weekly maximum, irrelevant to the amount of shards you have. You can pre-farm the shards, but you can't consume 16 shards in a week. Because you've got your weekly you can only do a maximum of 8 runs a week, regardless to how many shards you had. I'm almost certain of it.
I don't think so.
You can consume the 8 shards without it counting? You can? Oh, okay. Proven wrong. I've never done that. That said, I don't think I've ever farmed the shards and not used them. Die, you big meanie.
I don't think so.
Whew, finally. How much tier have I got on this dude? 2-piece. What's going on here then? Unstoppable Thornmoors exploded, alright.
This is for you.
Ow! Stunned. I'm actually just farming up 8 shards with every on, and we'll do double runs next week or triple in 2 weeks, depending on when the patch drops. You can only earn 8 shards a week. There's no limit on how many you can consume, though. That doesn't make any sense. This whole system's confused the shit out of me. Because you have a weekly maximum and a total maximum. What's the point of having a weekly maximum and a total maximum if they're exactly the same? Oh, I don't flipping know. I hate this whole system. All I know is that come 1207, I'll be doing it once a week on characters when they hit 6 or 8 shards, and no more. And never again, once finished.
That's the best you can do.
I'm not preloading any effort. Oh, you guys are talking about... You guys are talking about pre-farming 8 shards, so then you can do 1 run, consume all of those 8 shards, then go farm another 8 shards, and do another single run. So you only do 2 runs, but consume 16 shards on launch of it. Yeah, that just seems like too much like hard work. Seems like far too much like hard work. I don't care about this system that much in the first place.
Be quiet.
If you'd been optimizing it since the launch of the expansion, you'd actually be done by now anyway. It's only due to my, up to this point, level of laziness with the feature in the first place that I'm even considering it. I will be more than happy when I don't have to worry about it ever again. I'm taking more damage than I should. This is only an 8. Oh, I wonder if I should just put Valyria in DPS mode at this point. Then again, my damage is not ludicrous yet. Blizzard being Blizzard. It's been an unintuitive system since day one, hasn't it?
This was your failure.
There was also calls, I've seen this be a requested change. There's also people that have wanted to exchange Dun shards for Fused Vitality directly, so that they can basically just not do the Abundance event at all. And there's, even though I know that would never ever happen, there's part of me that thinks it's not a terrible idea. Genuinely not a terrible idea.
deep.
But Blizzard has never, well, Blizzard is far too, they're definitely not going to do that, let's put it that way. Ooh, ouch. What's this disorient about? They have far too much pride in their work, even when it's not very good.
This is for you.
What are we doing right now? 46k DPS. Am I meant to just not look at... What am I meant to do there to not get disorientated? Is it a no look mechanic? Ow.
I don't think so.
I said I'd come and do the grudge pit because it's a quick one. I swear I've been in here about a year at this point. Oh, I looked at him again. Whoops.
Not quick enough.
Why am I taking all the damage? Oh, that was a big juicy crit. 125k I think that was. Blinding burst. Do we just look away? Just look away, right?
Strike.
Oh, he's dead. Dead. No look and outrange it for no doubt. So get out of the bubble and then just look away. I gotcha. Gotcha.
My loyalties are my own. The pleasure is mine.
Oh, I didn't get top tier Nemesis Strongbox. What was I doing? What did I miss? Oh, now I get a map. Interesting. Does that mean I haven't used a map this week? Double interesting. I can use it again anyway, right? Bang a map
Let's
out.
talk. The pleasure is mine.
And bonus roll. Trinket. I mean, it's another hero tier trinket, but I don't think it's a better trinket. But for the purpose of watermarking my trinkets at hero, we will swap it out for now. But that's not the outcome I was hoping for, is it?
I've not seen Tazavesh for eons.
Oh yeah, I should be doing them at tier 11, shouldn't I? Just because then I can buy something if something pops up, like exactly what has happened now. I probably shouldn't use these untainted mana crystals until I've burnt through all my bonus rolls, to be honest, but alright, let's go do the one that's Calamity one. So we see changes to Profession's recipes in around a month's time. I would like them to do some for Season 2. I'm not expecting them to, like, give a whole new suite of stuff. I just genuinely don't think that's... Like, there's no hope in my mind that they're gonna, like, treat Season 2 like another season for Professions either. It'll just be the same old, same old. But I at least hope they do something. I hope they at least... I hope they at least humour us by doing something. I'll do this one at 11, so then we can buy something at the end of it if we need to.
Glory to the Sindori.
What I might do I put Valera on heals here? just put Valir on heals. Give me a little bit more, little bit of a safety barrier, maybe.
Your pain, my pleasure. Shadows protect you.
I'm already not confident that's a good idea. I think I might need her to continue tanking.
Gather yourself.
I mean, if we don't die, it's fine. The end of the world, I suppose. The other option is I should just roll proc, but then I just lol the entire thing. I've not played proc for ages though. And, I've just realised I don't have sword and board on this character to even run proc. That's a problem.
Now strike.
Can't avenge his shield without a shield. No. Okay, well that takes that option away.
Stay here and recover.
They'll add back in the third ranks to materials. Can you imagine if they did? That would actually be so funny, you know? I mean, they absolutely won't, because it would also, it's not just as simple as adding a third rank of materials. They genuinely would have to, like, rebalance absolutely everything. They've already had to rebalance it for the sake of having two. So they're definitely not, but for the memes, it would be funny. It would be kind of amusing. This dude, he's what, 255? So he's getting there. He's getting there item level wise. He's at the point where he's been dinged level 90 a week or so. And I've started to get... I'm champion all over. And I've started to get my hero pieces slotted in where they make sense. But what this dude has not done is played the game anywhere near enough to have any crests to actually upgrade things properly yet. Nor have I gemmed or enchanted or done anything along those lines. So he's kind of... His item level is going up, but he's still a bit weak sauce in overall power terms. Especially when Valera isn't healing me. Where the fucking hell has she gone? What's she dropping heals over here for? Donut. Right, we're going to put her back as tank, I think. You go do the tanking. You look after yourself, love. And I'll slap your agony about wherever it's needed. More likely they remove 2 ranks entirely. I tell you what, like... I genuinely, at this point, don't know what they're going to do for the last Titan. I know it's odd to start talking about this when we're about 5 minutes into midnight, but I genuinely don't know what they will plan to do for the next expansion, because I think Blizzard thought that whatever changes they were making for midnight, they thought... I genuinely think that they thought this would just kind of like fix it, right? Oh, we've made it simpler, it must be better now, it must be fixed. I think there's, dare I say, a level of ignorance with the changes that they made. In that they probably thought that they would make these changes and it would somehow magically fix everything. And yet, it's... Many would probably have the opinion that it's made it worse. The difficult thing is with professions, and this is why I would never like to be Blizzard in this situation. The difficult thing is they have to try and somehow magically make the professions feel worthwhile doing for the people that do them, but simultaneously try and keep all of the materials and the consumables and all of the crafted goods at a point where it doesn't piss off everybody else, right? Nobody likes paying 100,000 gold for an enchant, right? So they have to try and make sure that this stuff doesn't get too out of whack. But at the same time, they need to make sure that there's enough feature-rich content built into the crafting system that people actually enjoy crafting and therefore do it. It's got to be a really fine line. Like I said, I don't envy them trying to do it. The problem they have now, right, is that both the goal-making community at large and the player base don't really like the crafting system as it stands right now. So they're in this weird scenario where nobody really likes it. They've gone from it being something that it was mostly people outside of crafting.
Plenty to do.
Why did my bubble not go off? I must have hit bubble about 7,000 times there. Can I not cast bubble whilst... I thought bubble was off the GCD. Okay, maybe it's not. Okay, sure. I shouldn't have done an 11. We're not geared for an 11, clearly. Or if I am, I should be letting Valera do 90% of the hard work. And my boots are broken. My boots are broken. Let's... I can mount up when we're outside and fix my boots there. Did I have forbearance already, did I? Interesting. Welcome in, Lady Daisy. Good morning. Morning, good morning. You can make a car simpler by removing the steering wheel. It doesn't make it work any better, though. That's actually a really good analogy. I was confused by the way that they tried to simplify things, and I didn't agree with it, but I'm not a big enough... I don't have a... You know, I have a soapbox, but it's not big enough for it to really make too much difference, I don't think. Let me grab a drink, hang on. I'd love one day if Blizzard just approached, like, you know, a few of the a few people who are publicly quite well engaged with the crafting system and just sat us all down in a room and it was like, how can we do this? What is it you actually are looking for?
That's the best you can do. Breathe deep.
Starts they'd need to stop putting rare drop materials in. Expected to be popular. Crafts, they hike the prices themselves even before goblins step in. Well, yeah, ultimately, like, at the end of the day, it is Blizzard who control the prices of things. And if they thoroughly balanced... If they thoroughly balanced material values within recipes, they could solve things like that, sure.
That's the best you can do.
This is why I never really agreed with all of the hate that goblins got during Shadowlands with the legendaries. Because at the end of the day, it weren't the flipping goblins that made every legendary cost 50,000 gold. It was the fact that they made Heavy Callous Hide remarkably difficult to farm. They made it very, very time consuming to craft the items. It, you know, none of the systems in the game were made by the player, so I rarely understand why the players get so much flack sometimes.
Me if I were you.
Oh, it's those greedy goblins trying to make millions of gold. not realizing that even back in the heyday of Shadowlands with the legendaries, most goblins were not making more than 5, maybe 10% gold on each legendary they sold. You know, they were risking upfront the crafting cost of these materials, then spending huge amounts of time hustling in the auction house to get them sold. Like, there was no reason for the goblins to ever get flack from that. Doesn't make any sense. But when somebody sees something for like 70,000 gold in the auction house, clearly it's a greedy goblin. You know, clearly it only costs 10,000 gold to make it. Clearly the goblin's just being greedy. Oh, shit.
This is for you.
Easy 100% profit transferring servers. Those were the days. Well, there were obviously ways to take advantage of the climate at the time, yeah. Crafting a heap of useless rank 2s and 3s just to unlock rank 4. Yeah, I mean, I was the first person to say that the crafting system for legendaries was gross. One of which I don't ever really want to see them replicate again. They could do the same thing now, though, and the market would be so different. And it would be so different because this time we have a region-wide auction house for materials. One of the biggest things about legendaries in Shadowlands was that if you played outside of one of the top 5 realms, like, you weren't even guaranteed that there'd be mats on your auction house to craft the damn things. Never mind steady supply of, like, fair market rate pre-crafted items. It was kind of, it was the last period in WoW that, from a goal-making perspective, has genuinely felt like the Wild West. Everything feels, because the region-wide auction house now, everything feels a lot more controlled and a lot more normalized. I know there was lots of people who, when the region-wide auction house was kind of announced, that were, like, violently against it for this reason, that it would normalize the price for everybody. And I was kind of glass was half full about it. I was quite pro region-wide auction house, because I also saw the opportunities in it. You know, when you start doing things at scale, technically you can reset material markets to this day. It's just you better have balls of steel to do it. The risk is greater, but the reward is also greater. And I do think that outside of, you know, if you take your Goblin hat off for a minute, the benefits that the region-wide auction house has brought the game do far outweigh the frustrations that crafters and goblins have dealing with it. Which is why I don't really think that we'll actually see any dramatic changes in our favour, unfortunately. We just have to adapt and start doing more clever things. Warband-related region-wide arbitrage is like the new endgame goblin meta. You'll see those screenshots occasionally of people who are like well invested in like just flipping, basically, you know, basically playing like region-wide art dealers, you know, finding all the best deals, moving them about, reselling everything at nice healthy margins. You'll see the screenshots of those guys quite frequently. That's where the end game is for goal making these days. I would like to get there, but I get too bored too quickly with repetitive activities. So I like to bounce around things a little bit more, which means I'll probably never end up being that wealthy. because I just won't stick with it. I've learnt this, that while I know how to do it, and I know where the opportunity lies,
One moment.
the repetitiveness of it gets the better of me. They can't leave professions the way they are right now. Some changes, must be some changes coming. I mean, yeah,
This was your affair.
the changes they made in Midnight were less changes. They were more, let's take things out to make things simple. That's why I think the profession system feels awkward now. I agree that they have to change something. And not purely because I think the system is broken. I actually think the system works. The bigger problem is that just everybody knows how to do it. That most because it's a player-driven, it's an entirely player-driven economy, which means the players that know how to do something make the money, whilst the players that haven't adapted yet don't make the money, or the gold in this case. But we've had the same crafting system for 3 expansions, and it is a problem that is so well solved these days that it's of no surprise that it races to like, you know, races to single-digit margins. Races to single-digit margins incredibly quickly because so many people start playing the game already having the solution. There isn't that period of time where people are trying to work out stuff. Go 1 expansion back to the beginning of the War Within. Nobody fucking knew concentration was even coming, let alone how profitable it would be to, you know, use your concentration in the early days of the War Within. It was very, very heavily underestimated, and it took most of Season 1 of the War Within for people to go, oh shit, this is new, this is interesting. The reason it made so much was that A, it was brand new, B, it was kind of not very well balanced because it was brand new. Blizzard always does this. They add something to the game, it's kind of unbalanced, and then they fix it later. Midnight is them fixing concentration. And look how quickly it's crashed and burned in Midnight. They've also made, they also took, you know, they took deliberate changes to make sure that concentration wasn't as profitable this time round as well. Nerfing the amount of refund you get with professions like enchanting, dramatically reducing the amount of materials needed per craft, increasing the amount of concentration that was required per craft. These are all things that were gameplay dev decisions to make concentration less impactful. But they didn't add anything new. This is the thing. It's the new thing that people need to chase to make the gold. And I'm still convinced Decor's that new thing. I just need to spend some time with it and sort of prove it to people. What issues do you have with it? For me, a couple of the main flaws of the crafting system still is it's heavily designed for the purpose of people crafting gear for others, yet they still, 3 expansions in, have not given a good way for crafters and people who want stuff crafted to interface with each other. I cannot believe we're 3 expansions deep and the best solution they've come up with is let people spam a chat channel. It's mental to me. Absolutely bananas that that's the best solution they've been able to come up with. At the same time, you would imagine that the severe limitation of being able to easily find crafters to craft things for you and vice versa would push more and more and more people to use public orders because it's the path of least resistance. But so many people very quickly figure out that public orders are a scam because Blizzard doesn't let you put quality on your stuff. Now, back in Dragonflight, when they first added this system, it made sense for them to not allow you to specify quality. Because there needed to be orders, and this was a bit of a poor design decision. There needed to be orders that anybody could fill to level up the profession in the first place.
That's the best you can do.
This is why also at the beginning of Dragonflight, when they added the system, you didn't have to provide all of the mats on a public order even. This is where we ended up with that weird scenario where you had people like offering no materials, wanting something crafted, and offering only a 1 gold commission. And yet people were still filling those orders. And they were filling the orders because those people filling the orders needed the skill points to get to 100 skill in their professions. It was crooked. And it was backwards and it was silly. But this is all stuff that, you know, they figured out eventually and they fixed. But the one thing that they really should have these days is a quality drop down on public orders. Because otherwise it is at this point just a scam. You provide all high quality materials, you provide a nice tip, and you've got no guarantee that the person that crafts that thing for you, whether they're going to craft it at quality 1 or quality 5. And there's also nothing you can do about it regardless of the outcome either. So, people very quickly learn public orders are just a scam. They use it once, they get ripped off once, and they never use it again. What a terrible system to have in a game. Proactively catching people out. You get burnt once, but people learn not to get burnt twice. Just little sneaky things. Little silly things like this that would make that and knowledge point resets. The fact, once again, 3 expansions deep and they haven't come up with a way to let people fix their mistakes. That the knowledge point system is entirely fixed and permanent. And they'll give you 1 reset, but they'll make you skip an entire season to be able to use it. And we're still not sure whether we're going to get one in Midnight even. These are some of the pain points that players have been screaming and shouting about, quite rightly so, for quite a while now. Yet instead they took away 1 rank of materials and removed thaumaturgy. Just doesn't make sense. Or, well, it makes sense if you were just given a task to make things easier and you have fulfilled your task. But it doesn't show any care in the end result. It just shows that a dev has just done their job. They've been told it needs to be simpler. They've been told it needs to be easier. So the easiest things to do, cut out one of the material ranks, remove the barrier to entry to professions completely, and then hope it just somehow magically fixes itself. It's all better than maxed out professions day 1 like Shadowlands.
I don't think so.
But even in Shadowlands, it was more seasonal in Shadowlands than it is today. In Shadowlands, for example, you were excited every new patch because you were like, right, is there going to be a new rank of Legendary? What am I going to have to do to get this new rank of Legendary? Or you would have a new crafter's mark to earn, and then new crafter's gear to craft. You would craft the catch-up gear. I would argue that being able to quickly, you know, back in Shadowlands even, sure, you could level your profession to 100 and get the recipes quite quickly and easily, but there was an end game and there was a seasonality to it that in that regard was better. Is this the boss? You're not the end boss, are you? You're just a random elite.
That's the best you can do.
With a crest instead of ranks each season. Yeah, but it's nothing that has any effect on the crafter at all, right? Also, like recrafts, for example. Recrafts don't benefit the crafter in any way, shape, or form. A recraft is just another opportunity for a tip what you like order with the hope of a resource proc. But let's also not forget that recrafts, because they use half as many materials, are going to refund you half as many mats even on a resource proc. So that, you know, Crafters will do recrafts because why not? But it's even less of a nothing burger in most cases. They swung the pendulum with this new crafting system out of the, you know, sort of the power dynamic of a crafting something. They took the power completely away from the crafters, the ones that had done the hard work in the first place, and gave it all to the person buying the item. That power dynamic needs to swing a little bit back in the direction of the crafter to make it feel a little bit fairer. And quite rightly, most people who place an order these days feel as if they've done half of the hard work anyway, and completely dismiss any efforts that the crafter have made. And the reason I say quite rightly, and it's because look how convoluted the system is to get a piece of gear ordered. The buyer of the piece of gear, for some reason, has to care about all of the materials needed to craft it. Why? Somebody explain to me why Joe Bloggs, who is looking to buy a pair of plate boots, has to fully understand the dynamics of material quality and all the different materials involved in making... What? No! It's what the crafters are there for. It's just silly. It's just silly. There's never going to be a harmony between goblins and normal players. Goblins want high barriers to entry, new seasonal systems, etc. for bigger margin potential. Normal people just want their consumables and gear to be cheap. Yeah. It is a tough balance. There's no denying.
Breathe deep. That's the best you can do.
It's a tough balance for sure. My arguments have always been in favour of letting crafters be crafters. And on that logic of that, you know, people just want their gear to be readily available and fairly priced. That will naturally happen if you let crafters do crafter thing, like, you know. When you place an order, it just baffles me that the person buying it has to go and get all of the materials. Like, when you think about the thematics of a game, right? The concept of the professions, even Blizzard states this themselves. Blizzard kind of says that if you're going to be leatherworking, be a skinner too. Now, I know goblins often will sort of argue against that, because if you're going to go gather things, but conceptually, if you're going to skin things for the leather, then you're going to be able to make leather products, right? Even Blizzard sets this up, and it's been like this for 20 years. They set the professions up so that players should supplement themselves. They should give themselves a way to go and get the materials, then they should craft the items, and then, hey, you can put them on the auction house or sell them to somebody else. This crafting order system, for some reason, has made it so that the person buying the piece of gear also is supposed to figure out all of the material stuff. And because nobody in their right mind is going to do that, they just go to the auction house and buy all the materials in the first place. Why are they not just letting the crafter do all of that? More so, I think they should force the crafter to do all of that. I think the crafters should be the ones responsible for all of the materials in every order. It's weirdly more of a spicy take than I expect it to be, but I really, really don't like the fact that players... I mean, public orders, you have to provide all of the materials. I think players should not be able to provide any material for any craft other than the personalized, soul-bound, limiting materials like sparks. Sparks are implemented in the game to limit the amount of pieces of crafted gear a single person can buy and consume. It's a limiting factor to pace out crafting and pace out gear progression. Sure, people should provide a spark, but crafters, you know, that the order system should be, I want this piece of gear, here's my spark. And then the crafter, like, you know, the crafter's responsible for all of the other materials, what, you know, and the value in that order would then be reflected by the amount of materials that craft needs. And people who don't pay enough just won't get their gear crafted. That's it. Simple. But, I don't know. I've voiced my opinion on this many a times. Oh, we did get the hidden trove. It did work. Yoink. Should get loads of loot from this then with a bonus roll. Right, what did we get in here then? Champion Warbound until equipped. Not an upgrade for us. Champion Trinket. Warbound Fist Weapon. Where's me good stuff? Oh, Hero Legs. Oh! Oh, Hero Legs. Convert those to a set piece. Yes, yes. Same pair of braces as we've got equipped. Oh, an Ascendant Void Shard. Huh. A side grade back piece. I need to clear my bags, clearly. Okay, well, we got a pair of set legs. Let's jump to the catalyst. That's a win. Oh, we did an 11. Do you have something interesting this time?
We are home.
What is this? A trinket. Not that excited about a trinket. Sealed Chaos Urn. Is that any good? I mean, the fact that it's not even on this list gives me an indication that it's probably not. Means we'll pass. Maybe putting patterns in dungeons raids would have kind of made the finished products a little bit more rare, just like it used to be. I mean, a lot of them already are, right? Take a look on the auction house. There's more patterns worth over 50k now than I think there probably ever was. They in some ways they have made the more sought after recipes rarer, but people will only notice it when it gets to an elemental lariat kind of level of scarcity, where there might only literally be one or two people on the realm that will have the recipe to make anything from it, which also is arguably not a great outcome because you're making a system there where if you are fortunate enough to have the recipe, then GG, well played, you win, but 99% of people gain nothing from that at all, which is equally frustrating. This is the difficulty. It's a player-driven economy. For one person to make gold, another person has to lose gold. That's just fact. And so the more people that want to make gold, the more people need to lose gold. And it's not always what everybody wants. We're gonna go put those in the catalyst, aren't we, straight away? That's a set piece of legs. No questions asked. Set legs. Yoink. Beautiful. Gauntlets or chest? I could... I think now I've got 3 out of the 4. I've got spare catalyst charges. It might be worth me switching one of these into set just to get the 4-piece set bonus. I also need to go through my inventory and clear out a bunch of the rubbish. Oh, this dude's an enchanter. You know what we can do? We can just disenchant a bunch of stuff. Genius, me. Prediction, they'll make epic crafted gear BOE to some extent in Season 2. Making the blue tools BOE was the first step. Epic crafted gear BOE to some extent in Season 2. You mean the... You mean the profession gear, profession tools and accessories? I mean, that would be hella spicy. I genuinely think making the rare gear BOE, let's not forget they did that after launch, was a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that they weren't able to add Moxie to them like they wanted to. I genuinely believe that the whole profession gear debacle was something that was pushed so late in development that I think they just kind of... They hacked it together very last minute, because Fused Vitality went from costing 1 to costing... What did they do? There was 2 changes in about 48 hours to Fused Vitality. We were all very ready to do like 3 abundance runs, get our Fused Vitalities, craft our epic recipes, and basically gloss over the rare ones almost entirely. We were all kind of waiting for them to put Moxie on the tools, but for whatever reason, they didn't and weren't able to do it in time for launch. So I think they quickly made the rare stuff bind on equip as a way to basically say, right, just go and get the rare stuff. And then have the epics as the stretch goal. Which is kind of how it's played out now. I definitely don't feel that that was their intended goal for the crafted gear, though, in any way, shape, or form. There was also strong arguments for them to just not launch the epic ones. that, you know, that they should have just maybe just cut out the epic profession tools entirely for Season 1 and added them in like Season 2 or even Season 3 as a, you know, a something to do later in the expansion. I'm not totally convinced. I mean, I'm not sure they'll make them BOE. I think them now making it so that on a weekly basis you can basically get... Well, what is it you can do? 50? Is it 14 a week I think you can do now? 14 Fused Vitality. So you basically get... You get 2 pieces of epic gear every 3 weeks, don't you, roughly? Moxie doesn't matter. Problem is rare tools and epic tools give the same skill. It was 11 and 18, and then they changed blue and epic tools to give the same skill. My informant tells me they will. Trust. I mean, I've, no disrespect to you, but I tend not to trust The trust me, bro. I had multiple people, for example, during the beta telling me that Moxie was coming. That they've got friends at Blizzard who work at Blizzard, and yep, they're going to add Moxie on the tools. Like, and then it didn't happen, did it? So I'll believe it when I see it. Unless a dev DMs me and shows me something that it's happening. I mean, it's a good prediction, and, you know, I'll high-five you if it does happen. But we'll see. I do have 2 more bonus rolls on this dude, don't I? I'm thinking it would be nice to probably round this guy's efforts off for the week by doing the final 2 delves, whichever they may be, to see if I can naturally get the 4-piece. What I might need to do quickly though is get rid of some of this guff in my bags. Let's disenchant just some clear and obvious rubbish. Yep. Here's some space. Because I've still got gear from when I was flipping leveling on this dude, look. It's warbound gear. I don't think any of my alts are going to be able to use any of it. I think the choice to not give the epic tools more skill was probably a smart one, though. Because it basically meant that some people would need to push for them, but not everybody. If you're doing work orders, for example, if you're predominantly filling work orders, you're crafting gear for people, there's basically 0 reason to worry about epic profession tools. Because you're right, the extra few little bits of stats mean very little. Yet, if you are doing mass crafting and you're working to single digit margins, you absolutely care about the epic profession tools. Getting me all my cheeky weekly knowledge points as well. I do. Just you. I've just realised. Should I probably... No, I'm not... I need to go get the Have I got the treasures this week? No, I'm still missing Voidstorm Ashes. I was wondering if I'm doing a bunch of disenchanting, whether I should be claiming some of these glimmering powders. I haven't even done the weekly quest.
We endure. Glory to the Sindorai.
10 radiant shards.
May the eternal
Used
sun
vitality.
guide you.
Have 10 radiant shards.
Strength.
Does that mean I also haven't done my blacksmithing? No way. Oops. Wow. How have I made it to Monday and I've not even opened my profession panel on these characters? Oops. Not doing that one, or that one. Matters mostly for gatherers and mascot. Gatherers shouldn't care about the epic ones at all either. I can categorically confirm to you that just one single extra hour of herbing or mining would far eclipse the value add of spending your time getting the epic profession tools. It's just, yeah, the marginal difference is tiny. This is the thing, it's difficult because the epic profession tools, for the most part, don't actually add a huge amount of value, but it's only because mass crafting is so min-maxed and so optimized now that, you know, 5 flipping extra points in resourcefulness to some people is genuinely the difference between making a profit or not making a profit. I also kind of think that if the margins are that tight, you probably shouldn't be bothering, because market volatility will fuck you over much sooner, but you know, people don't want to hear
Our
that.
enemies will fall.
Right, there's a few orders done. That wasn't necessarily what was on my to-do list, but, you know, squirrels, distractions. I think you're underestimating how much 4% main stat is. 4% multicraft makes a huge difference. 4% multicraft definitely does. Which, like I said, for mass crafters, it can make a difference. But for gatherers or for resourcefulness builds, barely makes much difference at all. There's me trying to make some bag space, and all I've accidentally done is filled my bags with more stuff. Let's get rid of all of this low-level gear. Of which, the irony is, half of it I should put... How have I got so many hero capes? This is not fair. Warbound cape, that has to be... One of my alts must need that. This can go away. 259 racers. 2 sets of... I've got 2 sets of these somehow. Must have got one from a delve naturally. That's just a duplicate of what I've already got. They're that tight by the time I actually craft. I've already lost gold on it. Yeah, I've big reason to why I don't really chase much mass crafting anymore. I'm of the opinion, and this is a personal preference, that if there's not 20% margin in mass crafting something, it's not worth my time doing it. And the risk starts to outweigh the reward. Some people are happy to go down to as low as 10% margins on this sort of stuff. And while that's entirely up to them, I am not willing to go that low. You know, a tiny adjustment in price of the end good or of the materials can then very quickly completely ruin your day. And when you're, you know, from 20% margin to 10% margin doesn't sound like a lot. It's like, oh, 10%, 20%, whatever. But the diminishing returns on your profit margin, like, you're literally making 50% less profit at that point. And the amount that you have to churn through, let's say you can make 30,000 gold an hour herbing and mining. At a 10% profit margin, you need to be selling for over 300,000 gold worth of stuff in an hour. to even equal what you could do by just herbing and mining. It's you've got to be you have to be doing crafting at such a ridiculous scale when the margins are so tight. And the bigger the scale you do it at, the more you're actually at risk of, you know, the risk actually stacks up and up and up. And it's just, like I said, it's just not worth it anymore. Genuinely not worth it anymore. The math sent math in. Or at least I feel as if I have alternative ways to which... That's literally... How many flipping necklaces have I got? There's many alternative ways I could make equal, if not more, gold. That I don't have to take as much risk with mass crafting anymore. Even concentration crafting margins are very slim with the 3 blue tools. Yeah, I've seen. But people are willing to still do it because they've invested so much time in setting it up, and they probably don't have the other options available. And so they'll just burn that system. You know, this is what happens. People will basically keep doing it until it burns to absolute zero. People like to find something that works for them, and then they'll keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it until it's absolutely zeroed out. Oh, was that a BOE ring? Whoops. Okay, I should have sold that one. As soon as you lose. We'll keep all of the trinkets for now. Get rid of a stupid champion trinket. These are low level. Bind on equip. No, unique equipped. Flipping hell. I'm the love child of you and Student. When profits are low, I just turn around and do some transmog material lumber farming. This way I make some gold over time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not super heavy into trying to make loads of gold at the moment, but my next major project is probably going to be setting up a bit of a decor operation over on Team NA. Just really to solidify my thought that decor is where it's at long term. Pretty convinced of it. Why have I got so many? Oh, I've upgraded these. Is there any reason to keep these about? Probably not. Yeah, I'm probably going to go set up a bit of a decor operation just to sort of showcase that decor is the way, I feel. I sent a message in Discord yesterday about the possible exploit. Today I noticed I was banned from the Discord. Oh, I can rectify that. There has unfortunately been humongous amounts of bots spamming the Discord in the last few days, and we've been banning in waves. You've accidentally been caught up in that. If you've accidentally been caught up in that, you might quite rightly have been accidentally banned when you probably shouldn't have been. Please hold. It's so funny how much of my ban list is just like deleted user, deleted user, deleted user. I think I already know exactly who you are on Discord. I think I've just unbanned you. Apologies for getting swept up in the wave. Yeah, flipping 30 to 50 gold selling bots are joining every day at the moment. Another emphasis to me that this material scenario that's going on right now is very aggressively linked to RMT gold selling, because I'm dealing with it from both ends. Several message requests in Discord from gold sellers recently. Some of them had your server as common. There were also some without a common server, not sure where they came from. I mean, they're just hitting every World of Warcraft Discord server at the moment. Like I said, this just goes to show there's a monster of a gold selling operation going on in retail. Many people have spotted it on the auction house with suspiciously large quantities of remarkably cheap materials. Secondly, I'm dealing with it on a daily basis with the Discord. Huge amounts of botted Discord accounts are joining and then spamming people's DMs with trying to sell them gold. There's only so much I can do, my end. Trying to keep on top of it. I have, for reference, also reported to Blizzard in the creator Discord, so visible to all other WoW partners, that there is a clear and obvious issue going on. But at the end of the day, you know, we can act as the police against these bad actors, reporting it and letting Blizzard know, but, you know, Blizzard then acts as the judge in this regard. You know, it's their responsibility to dish out the actions. Right, where's the... We got Sunkiller Sanctum. Oh, and a Talaman. Let's go do that one. AI bots are rampant everywhere now. The funny thing is, though, is like these gold selling bots, I've noticed them like every wave that gets banned, they seem to be leveling up, right? Like they started by all having very default names and no profile pictures, banned a lot of them. The next day they all turn up again and they've got customized background pictures now. Ban them all again. Next wave turns up and now they're, you know, on verified accounts. It's like, oh, for God's sake. This is why, unfortunately, if you have joined the Discord recently in the last couple of days, if you do accidentally get banned because you get caught in a wave, just, you know, DM me, let me know. Right, what's this one? What are we doing in here? What are we doing in here?
One moment.
Going to a Goblin Discord to sell gold to all of the goblins, lol. I mean, the logic's not terrible. A lot of people, you know, a lot of people in the Discord are just as much there to find out ways to make gold, not necessarily to talk about all of the gold that they've made. It's a twofold approach. Defeat things, and let's take the Boing.
Speak no more.
Rock jumpy thing.
Now strike. Catch.
This is what generative AI does. Well, yeah. The accounts that they learn, don't they? The accounts that get banned, it compares the accounts that get banned to the accounts that don't get banned. And the ones that don't get banned
Think so.
uses whatever tactics they used next time round. It's as much of a Discord problem as it is anything else right now.
Speak no more.
But there is clearly
That's the best you can do.
hundreds of millions of gold worth of materials being illicitly acquired. Oh my god, I'm nearly dead right now. Both NA and EU seem to be being absolutely blasted with these overly cheap materials. It's clearly an operation that's set up in Team NA, because it's affecting the EU realms as well. But the time in which things are getting posted on the EU is more based on NA times than they are EU times, unless of course unless of course they're choosing to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you up to, doggos? You've all got up all of a sudden. Why are you all busy bees?
Be quicker next time.
This thing don't want to die. How much health has this thing got? Jesus. Valera just running around wildly. You fool. You fool.
Be quiet.
Ow. These toads. Toads mean serious business.
One moment.
I mean, one moment. You got full health. Go, go, gadget, go.
Breathe deep.
You level up 80 to 90 and level Valera at the same time via Bountiful Delves. No, because Bountifuls are only available at level 90.
This is for you.
Delves, you do the optimum way to level from 80 to 90 is to run one of each delve once, but I wouldn't recommend doing it on any more than like tier 1. Maybe tier 2 if you're like low 80s and geared. Your Valera will get a tiny amount of experience from the Curios thing, but not anything significant.
This was your failure.
Not that I noticed anyway. Watching people do delves as non-tanks is so weird. I mean, like I said, I probably should be doing this as prop, but I haven't got a shield, I haven't got a one-handed sword. Valera can tank for me, it's fine.
Be quiet. Breathe deep. harder next time. Speak no more.
I enjoy my Ret Paladin anyway.
My eyes on
Just a
you.
whirlwind of chaos. Yeah, how many more of these? Oh, we're only halfway with these
This
frogs.
was your failure.
Please pull these as well.
I don't think so.
Valera doesn't seem to aggro those frogs though, weirdly. He seems to just basically not know they exist. I don't know if that's a bug or...
Catch.
I wonder what the meta is for leveling alts now. What the... Somebody have a scout on WoW Market. See, try and figure out what they're trying to do to level alts these days.
My eyes on you.
I bet that, I mean, there's always leveling services if you're willing to pay. Gold, obviously. But I would be intrigued to know what they are. Another nemesis dude. This way we should probably go and introduce ourselves to. Go down this way.
This is for you. I don't think so.
Oh, ouch. Fucking hell, did all my health go?
Be quiet. Speak
Because
no
I tend to
more.
think most leveling services need to be some sort of AFK services. So that kind of counts out doing like assaults. Maybe AFKing in rituals, maybe? No.
This was your failure.
Evading? Why are you not evading?
I don't think so. Be quiet.
Stun these these cursed toads. These are weirdly doing a lot of damage to me. Maybe I meant to just kite them. Valera seems to basically ignore them for some reason. Valera, eat the damn toad. She don't give a fuck about this toad. Stupid tank. Tank the frog. Useless.
One moment.
What do I need? One more frog. What did I bet I didn't hit the flag, did I? I went over there, killed the mobs, and I don't think I hit the flag. No, I didn't. One more frog. Over here. Oh, well, I want to go here for the Nemesis boss anyway.
Be quiet.
Massive. Oh, is this going to be another frog she's going to ignore?
Be quiet.
Kite the frog, kite the frog. Doodle 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 doo. Oh, she is tanking this frog. Oh, so she knows how.
Now strike.
It's not got a total phobia of frogs. Where do all these flipping booms keep coming from? Flipping building site.
Try harder next time.
Come here, you. Oh, you stuck in the building? Ha! Okay. Tickle you through the door then. Did you manage to test out Heroic World Tier the other week? Yeah, we did. It was... My TLDR is that it's interesting, but I don't know why. Or should I say it doesn't have a purpose right now. It feels early stage in terms of the fact that some mobs have affixes, and there's a whole big old list of different affixes, so there's other mechanics you need to pay attention to. It has that classic feel of where you definitely don't want to overpull, because otherwise you will just get nuked. But my question is why? Why? Like, there's nothing at the moment to really incentivize you to do it, other than a few achievements and whatever.
My eyes on you.
I think the it's fun to be more challenged aspect will wear out really quickly for people, and it's not like
Let's talk.
it's not like sort of Heroic World Tier in Remix, because Remix you were always working towards even overpowering that, but it doesn't really feel like there'll ever be a way in Retail to like completely ruffle stomp it like you could. So at the moment, I'm there's a big question mark of why. Why would you continue to do it in Heroic? The rewards aren't special enough to justify it, so there isn't really that carrot. There isn't that carrot on the stick to go do it in Heroic. I don't feel, or at least if there is, the carrot's not very obvious because I missed it. Sure, you do get slightly more. It's one of those. It's it comes down to an efficiency thing. You do get slightly more, like, what were they called? The field accolades. You do get slightly more of the currency, but the irony for me is that once you're geared enough to be comfortable doing the Heroic World Tier, you no longer really need you don't need the currency anymore for gearing anyway. So it's kind of like, oh, by the time you can do it, you don't need the rewards it offers. So it kind of feels a little bit like it's not integrated well into the gearing path yet. But mechanically, it's just simply affixes and more health on the mobs. It's a good, probably a good first attempt, but it does still need cooking. As I don't really see the reason why anybody would, other than to go, oh, this is kind of, oh, this is what Heroic is, okay. There'll be people that sort of like switch it on because they want to see what it's about, but I don't think there'll be many people that will keep it on just for the fun of it. But of course, it's only in those 2 new zones at the moment. It's only going to be restricted to 2 mini zones where you can't fly in them either, which I think actually plays a big part into Heroic World Tier. Because you can't fly, you have to be more cautious about mobs you're engaging on foot. So it also means it probably wouldn't work very well in the outer world, because you just do what you do now, which is fly over any sort of danger and just, like, dive bomb on the thing you want to kill and ignore everything else. So I don't know. We'll see. It will feel totally different though when there's like 50 people running through the zone all doing it as well. What did I get? Complete a delve without any deaths on tier 11. Oh, this is a character-specific achievement. Let's see.
One moment.
One moment. One momentos.
One moment.
Oh, belt. We need a belt. Take that. It's not the tier slot that I want, but it is an upgrade. It is an upgrade. One less lot. We got one more bonus roll, and it needs to land on gloves or chest. Game, if you would be so kind. Gloves or chest next, please. From that point, we're chasing vault rewards on this dude. Used all our bonus rolls.
The trust will
What do you got? Oh my god, you got loads of options. One-handed mace, no thanks. Trinket, no thanks. Legs, we've already got set legs. And we've already got set shoulders. Damn you, game. Damn you, damn strawberry jam. I'd have had either of those if they were not ones I'd already got. Your healing spells and abilities have a high chance to fill the chalice with hope, drop by drop up to 15 times. Yeah, I never needing that one. We ain't touching holy. Okay, one more delve to go on this, dude. One more delve. Which one is it? One in Voidstorm. In that case, it's half home. Half home and take the Void portal. Right, chat. Quick ad break. Ads are starting in about 30 seconds. I'm going to stretch my legs, quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue on. Back in 2. Alrighty. Ads are still in progress, but we're all good. Oh, is Streamlabs not alive today? Why is Streamlabs not alive? Is Streamlabs not playing games? How's that happen then? How's that happen then? Okay, Streamlabs doesn't want to play a game for some reason. My commands are broken. Let's see if it works now. There we go. Oh, that's also showcasing the decor one. That's not even the right. What in the world is me? What is it doing? Okay. Well, the Goblin Guide to Midnight is it's under the same banner. Go on Goblins over on Patreon. Get access to all of my current guides. Why do I constantly sell 1 to 2k a day? What, instant noodles? Instant noodles? I have no idea. Is it not a cooking material or something? How do you not know what it is if you're selling so much of it every day? Instant noodles. Mr. Pandaria. Part of a Mr. Pandaria cooking quest line or something. Weirdly. Look at those values on lumber though. Ardenwood lumber, nearly 300 gold apiece. Ashwood lumber, 260. Mop lumber, the bamboo lumber, 331 gold. Coldwind lumber, that's Wrath of the Lich King, 365. Some pretty big numbers still in terms of value on the lumber. There's a few anomalies in there because there are a few decor crafts that have quite spicy materials attached to them, but you know, still looking at 250 gold plus for every piece of tree you pick up, which is wild. I do genuinely feel it's a massively under-tapped market right now. The difficulty is that people get scared by the low sale rate on it. People are getting scared off that they'll put all of this effort in and it won't ever pay out, but kind of like transmog, it's not meant to be a get-rich-quick scheme, it's meant to be a nice, steady, slow burner. Because decor's not going anywhere, I'm convinced of it. Right, one last Sunkiller Sanctum. And then this dude is near enough done for the week. Actually, if I do... This last delve will be... Yeah, I think it will be 5, 6, 7. If we do it on an 11... Yeah, this will then give this guy a full vault for next week as well. Check me out with all of my flipping vaults on my alts. Crazy, right? My wife has bought Marmite. Yes. Buy it. Buy it all. Invoice me. It is, for reference, outrageously fucking priced though. You guys won't be able to see that because the camera won't focus properly, but that says €10.90 for a single jar. €10.90. Worth its weight in gold. Oh, she's in the... Oh, she's taken that picture in the car. That means she's already bought it. Oh, I love my wife. I can actually eat breakfast. I can eat breakfast again now. Marmite and peanut butter sarnies? Oh, I don't think I'd mix those two. Oof. I'd need more than €11 to eat that. Well, I mean, it is literally, as the phrase goes, it's like Marmite. You either love it or you hate it. I am in camp love it, though. To go back and buy it all. She's already bought it. That means she's probably in Espoo, probably on her way home. Yo, any of Team Finland knocking about in stream today, by the way, if you're lurking, congratulations on the ice hockey. I didn't watch it, but surprised any young male Finn is in work today. What even is Marmite? Yeah, it sounds even worse when you describe it. It's yeast extract.
Walk your own path.
But its common brother is Bovril. Vegemite is also a similar similar distant cousin of Marmite. They're all basically like some sort of extract. So whether it be beef extract or vegetable extract or yeast extract, it's all designed to create a umami flavored, an umami flavoring, I guess, is kind of designed to be, you know, used on toast and things. No, how you have fish sauce, for example, in a lot of Asian cuisines, it's that sort of umami twang. Sealing these crates, I don't remember this one. This must be a storyline in here that I've not done too many times. Good to give bolognese a bit of a zing too. Yes! Welcome in, Woo, by the way. I'm a bit... right. I've probably spoke about this on stream before, but as we're on the topic, my favourite dish, you know, I like a chicken and mushroom pot noodle with a big old dollop of Marmite in it. Does the same sort of thing. Gives it that sort of umami twang.
I don't think so.
Yeah, good in bolognese. It, like, riches up the bolognese sauce a whole bunch. Big dollop in a cheese and not a cheese, flip it out. Chicken and mushroom pot noodle. Big dollop of Marmite. Bit of grated cheese. Mix it all up. Fucking delicious, mate. Yes, you know. Valera, fetch.
Precious gifts from the earth.
Skip all the middle steps and just add MSG directly. Well, true, but MSG gives me a weird stomach. I don't know what it is.
No more.
I always have to be careful if we eat Chinese food because the MSG in it does weird things to me.
I don't think so. Speak no more.
There we go, there's the security panel. You let me through.
That's the best you can do.
many of these? Oh, we need a few more of these.
Breathe deep.
Right, we got one last bonus roll, and this needs to roll on a set piece. Otherwise, I've gone through 12 bonus rolls and only managed to get 3 set pieces, which would be a real sad times in the office. It will mean we should hopefully be able to target the final piece from our vault if we get lucky, but
I wouldn't cross me if I were you.
I'm only trying to get these dudes to about sort of 260-ish anyway. A 4-piece set of hero, hero track 4-piece set is kind of what I'm aiming for on my ults. Just because it means that they can crush some content when needed comfortably at that point. You know, it'll be a reasonable set of gear to start off delves in Season 2 and whatever. And we don't know what's happening in the new zone. There could be good reasons to drag some ults into the new zone. Don't know yet. I don't think it's the MSG that's the issue. I think it's probably the dodgy takeaways and delivery. Well, yeah, there is that. There is that. Your takeout options are never exactly the healthiest to begin with.
That's the best you can do. Try harder next time.
But it's still, whenever I eat Chinese food, whether it be in a restaurant or not, or takeaway or whatever, like if I eat, you know, there's the standard feeling when you've eaten too much and you give yourself a food hangover. But like, if I eat, it's different when I eat Chinese food. A food coma with Chinese food just like completely ruins me.
Breathe deep.
A kind of happy regret. I mean, in a way.
Now strike. One moment.
Do you manage to go to any real Chinese or Asian restaurants, or do you just consume the takeaways? Oh no, I mean, I don't even have takeout options anymore. Where I live, there basically isn't takeaway. You either go to a restaurant and eat, or you don't. The only takeaway we have is like one pizza joint, that's it. Finland isn't fantastic for takeaway unless you live in Helsinki.
This is for you.
Or one of the other big major cities, you'll find takeout options, but Finland doesn't have a really good takeout or even restaurant culture, to be honest. They're a country that is very, very still, you know, very much a home cook kind of culture. Which is ironic considering most Finns I've met are not great at cooking. They have this home culture, this home cook culture, but clearly it was lost with previous generations because the height of cuisine is a boiled sausage most of the time. Boiled sausage and some new potatoes. Don't evict me, Finland. I love you, really.
That's the best you can do.
What's your favourite Chinese? Sweet and sour with Marmite? I actually really don't like sweet and sour. Like, I know people have the sweet and sour chicken balls and stuff like that. That's really not me. I'm not a big Chinese fan, honestly. I'd much prefer like a curry or something. But, you know, I'm British, aren't I? Indian cuisine is kind of like my second home. Right, do we reckon we can take out this Nemesis boss for 9%? It's gotta be, right? Gotta be good for 9%.
Breathe deep.
Oh, what? It didn't quite give me 9. Ah. Okay, I need to find some bonus mobs. Hang on, you lot will do. You lot will do. You lot got to be worth 3% easy. Have you seen the change they did to abundance in the next patch? Yes.
That's the best
Mr.
you can
GM
do.
was kind enough to give us a bit of a heads up about it on, I think, Friday. I did a little video on it. Surprise, surprise, within about 3 hours, Wowhead had stolen it. With 0 credit. I was courteous enough to give Mr. GM a bit of credit for finding it in my video. And then Wowhead promptly stole it. As they do. Not that any news is any one single person's, but just, you know, just drop in a credit line, you know. Oh, this is one where you just kill the 3 big dudes and it's GG, isn't it? There isn't one final boss here, I remember.
This is for you.
Considering Wowhead is theoretically a community blog, they do very little to
Breathe deep.
to share the love. Have been very well known in the past for completely pinching other people's hard work with 0 credit. I'm sure Mikey in chat would agree with that one. If he's lurking.
That's the best you can do. I don't think so.
That reminds me. Twitter user Zanzaful.
This was your failure.
That's an in-joke. Some people will get it. Oh, talk about padding the meters. These light bloom things seem to take damage for some reason.
I don't think so.
Oh, these things are pretty chonkus, you know. Pretty chonkus. And that's only one of them. 2 more. Come back this way. Where are you going?
This was your
I don't need to
failure.
care about Valera's agony anymore. Against one mob, she ain't dying.
That's the best you can do. I don't think so.
Oh, flipping bullet sponges, these are what?
This is for you.
No more zooms, no more zooms, no more zooms.
My eyes eyes on you.
2. Swear each one of these has more health than one of the major bosses does.
One moment.
I don't remember these having so much health last time I killed them. They got some sort... No, they've not got no buff. 4.4 million health. I swear that's more than just a standard boss has at tier 11 anyway.
This was your
Right,
affair.
well, third one. Third and final.
Be quiet.
Right, get your prayers in, chat. We need braces.
Speak no
Sorry,
more.
gloves. Gloves or chest. Gloves or chest would do me nicely. You can get your prayers into RNGesus nice and quickly, please. Cash in some of that streamer luck.
Catch. Be quiet. That's the best you can do.
And dead. Beautiful.
The pleasure is mine.
Beautiful. Okay. Treasure's in it, right? Yes, yes. There it is. Sneaky, sneaky at the back there. Come on, loot. Oh! Chest! Yeah, boy! Artful. Crediting you for that one, my friend. G motherfucking G. That's exactly what we wanted. Throw that in the catalyst. There's our 4-piece. Nice. Who says RNGesus isn't real?
Have led to this.
Already got the braces. Already got a weapon. Already got the waist. Already got the rings. Again, no dice on these, but it's fine. We'll just save the mana crystals. That's cool. That's rounded this little session off nicely, I think. Very nice, very nice. Right, to the catalyst. To the catalyst, and then I'll have a little looky, since that's basically this dude's progress for the week done. We'll see what we can do with what crests to upgrade a few item levels on some of this stuff. You get in there. That 4-piece set. Lovely jubbly. Lovely jubbly. Oh, Catalyst Unbound. Unlock your class set bonus during Season 1. Oh yeah, that's a character-specific achievement as well, isn't it? Okay, so we are still short in a few slots. Gloves, boots, and 1 trinket. We're only missing 3 pieces of hero gear, you know. Good chance then we'll pull one of those from the vault next week. Oh, and a necklace, sorry. Okay, four slots still at champion. Can I spend some crests to level those champion pieces up so that we can get past the point where we need champion crests and we can upgrade them?
We have slept long enough.
More champion crests by upgrading those. Let's see what we can do now. What we got? 143 champion crests and 128 hero. Oh, we could probably do some work with this, you know. That's already 6 of 6. And it's only 40 crests to pull all of these up. Which means 40, 80, 120. I should have enough champion crests to get past the point where I need them anymore. And then we can convert them up. Why didn't that give me the achievement? Why didn't that give me the achievement? Need 2 of 6 to cover the champion upgrade. Hero 1 of 6 is still 5 of 6 champion. Oh, what, really? Do these take champion crests? But these take hero crests to upgrade. Oh, so you don't have to just... Oh, you... What? So you have to slingshot past... Oh, yeah. I had not noticed. So I got 2 of 6, all of this stuff. Using hero crests. Just purely to be able to convert champion crests up. Wow, that's an interesting twist. Champion of the Dawn. So you do outgrow the use of Champion Dawn crests during Midnight Season 1. Interesting. I mean, that literally... 1 rank in all of that literally cost me all of my hero crests as well. What a stupid system. Have I mentioned before I don't like this system? Alright, well, it's done our item level. Some good work either way. We now have no adventure crests, no veteran crests. We have 53 champion crests, so we can convert those up. And that's it.
Go
we can get
carefully.
one
There is much to
one
discover.
chest upgrade here.
Until next time.
Bingo was his name-o.
What brings you here? Be bold. Be true.
The first thing I'm going to upgrade is my weapon, as far as it goes. Better to upgrade champion 5 to 6 than hero 1 to 2 because it uses cheaper crests. Also, the hero upgrade would then be free. Oh, really? How fucking backwards is this? This is what I don't like about the system, that it's so easy for you to... I mean, how... Like... That's one of those if you know kind of tricks, isn't it? But it basically means most people just don't know and most people get fucked. Which means I should have not... Instead of upgrading all these hero gear, I should have equipped, like, lower level champion pieces and upgraded that. That's just dumb, innit? I mean, I know it's all designed as a sense of progression, but when you then have catch-up mechanics that slingshot you past certain ranks, it's like, oh, great. Oh well, whatever. These are only alts. These are alts. It's not that serious. If I was, I'd be more concerned on my main. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, this dude is above where I wanted him for the season anyway, so anything's a bonus now, really. Anything's a bonus, and we've magically got ourselves 3 Ascended Void Shards, actually. Which will go to maybe upgrading a crafted weapon, possibly, if I'm really feeling adventurous for this guy. Otherwise, I just won't. Otherwise, we just won't. Alright, well, that's cool. 4-piece set is what I've achieved what I wanted to achieve, which was a hero 4-piece set, about 260 item level, so we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. That padded our vault nicely for Wednesday. We'll have 3 options for another piece of hero gear to try and fill one of the 4 remaining slots. Yeah, we're chilling now. We're chilling on this dude. To be fair, this gearing is, like, remarkably quick. This dude hit level 90, like, last week. Once you start doing 4 to 8 delves a week and 4 to 10 Mythic Plus a week, you start getting more crests than you know what to do with. Yeah, the thought of doing 4 to 10 Mythic Plus in a week, like, makes me feel ill, though. Yeah, crests are only an issue for me because I, artificially refuse to do the content that's meant to give you loads of crests. I know it's entirely a me issue. Okay. I think this dude is kind of chilling for now. In fact, he's more than chilling. What have I got in my mailbox? What's going on here? Dawn Crest advancements. Oh. Thanks for letting me know. Cool. That dude's coming along nicely. Do I dare check the mage out? What's the mage saying? God, I was wondering why it was feeling warm in here. It's 27 degrees in here all of a sudden. This is what happens when me, 3 dogs, and my PC are in here. And the sun's out. It gets real hot in here real fast. Probably why half the dogs are chilling. You can, you can see this one fast asleep. A lot is, he's actually snoring. As long as they're chilling, though, I'm not going to interrupt them. Do you even need an aircon there? I mean, yeah. Probably not by Australia levels, but yeah. Mage is 256. I am missing a pair of cloth braces, which is vital, like critically holding me back, I would imagine. I've got 6 out of 6 adventurer braces. Oh dear, have I literally never picked up a set? No, I've literally never picked up a better set of braces. Ouch. That's going to be holding me back then. But the rest of it, I've got my 4-piece set on my mage, but it looks like I've converted some champion pieces to do it. Hero shoulders, champion helm, champion chest piece, hero gloves, and hero legs. We need a couple more upgrades to make it a proper hero tier set. Other than that, how many bonus rolls does my mage still have? 1. Only one more bonus roll left on my mage. How the hell has that happened? Have I got less bonus rolls and also less gear on this dude? What's this saying? Okay, I've emptied... Okay, this is why. This is why. I've either got to do 4 more delves with only 1 bonus roll, or the mage is just chilling for this week. I think the mage is just chilling for this week. I think I'm going to be doing any more fun. I'm getting cucked by that 1 pair of braces, which means I can't upgrade anything. But I don't have any crests anyway, apparently. Loads of champion crests. Okay, I actually don't need to do anything on the mage. Other than, we'll go check patron orders, because, you know, gold and that. The entire point of there being delves and rituals and praise precisely that you don't have to do Mythic Plus. Well, yeah, I'm all for that. I've been surprised lately by the number of people who don't do raids and don't do Mythic Plus. Well, unless they just get dragged into an M Plus by a guild group. Yeah, it's I don't think I'm alone in my theory of not really ever wanting to do the endgame group content. The options and the opportunities to play this game predominantly solo are really quite good right now. I know I make a bit of a song and dance and complain occasionally about the gearing system, but at least there's a path to success via relatively solo open world content. There's no denying it's much slower than just, you know, finding a group of 5 people and slamming some Mythic Plus dungeons until you've got some, you know, you can get yourself reasonably geared just from the Mythic Plus dungeons, and then your vault on top is your myth gear every week. You know, you play the game at 1 tier above if you do Mythic Plus, and of course if you do raiding then you get some chances at some higher tier gear as well. But the progression path is still there for non-group content, which is nice. Like I said, albeit just a lot slower. I don't mind that. Saving Sunfire Silk bolts all over the place. Shame they're so cheap these days. For some, they're only just now starting to try and do LFR to get the void cores and shards or whatever. Honestly, it's toxic in there. Yeah, it's not to go down that rabbit hole too deeply. I think most people are aware of my opinion that they should just... LFR just needs to not be in the game. Honestly, like you go back 10 years before LFR existed, and one of the predominant reasons for having LFR in the game was it gave players who couldn't or wouldn't do the end game raiding at the time, because this is before flipping Mythic Plus, right? It gave players the ability to see the raid and see the final storylines, because killing the last boss in the raid is pretty much always the conclusion to the story. And so LFR turned up. But these days we have story mode, we have a relatively solo world experience that is arguably light years better than it was pre-LFR times. I think LFR has completely served its purpose and needs to be, you know, taken out to a field and shot. At this point, I think LFR should be done. Like it really holds no value in my eyes anymore. It never really did, but I think Daisy's out of milk as far as LFR is concerned, and it should just be sunset now. Because I think the fact that people will consider the option of trying to do some raiding, and then they'll hit the LFR button and they'll go into LFR, and it's just a clusterfuck of chaos, and they'll get a piece of gear and then they'll have 3 people whispering them, "Do you need?" And like, people will start. It's just horrible. It's just not very nice. I think they should now pretty much lean on the push more people into predominantly organized group endgame content, or let story mode show people the story. If you like, I'm a big fan of them having like stepping stones to ease people into different bits of content, but where raiding's concerned, I think they should just cut out the bit in the middle that's clearly gross and just, you know, give people a reason to make a big jump into finding a guild or joining a pug, which even a pug normal run is probably far more civilized these days than any LFR. But I've had this similar opinion for years. But the thing is engagement metrics will indicate that enough people do LFR that they're never going to slice it out. Then you have that one guy that holds the loot hostage till the timer runs out. It was a couple of weeks ago on stream I did an LFR and I got a piece of gear drop. There was a piece of gear that I won the roll for. Like, I rolled like a 96 or something. Was clearly going to win the roll on it. And the guy whispered me trying to buy it off me. And I said no. And so he just let the timer run out on it. And it's like, you're just a dick. Like, get on with your life. It's like, seriously. It's like, nobody needs that kind of experience. In pugs these days, they're either asking for curve or XP on the bosses itself. Well, that's always been a thing. That's always been a thing. But you just don't join those groups. Or you set up your own run. Like I said, I don't like this handhold. Like, LFR is not a better solution to that. It would be a much better thing if LFR didn't exist, and some people who fall across that scenario of, oh, this group is expecting curve or something. Well, sure, that's fine. That's their prerogative, but there's nothing stopping individuals setting up their own group either. And there will be groups that will accept you without that, because there'll be plenty of demand for it. There'll be plenty of people that will want a group without that. It's just that those people now get funneled into LFR instead of actually trying a bit harder to find that pug group. And the fact that, you know, back in the day it was sort of problematic, because if you raiding, for example, was the only place you got the big gear, and so there was kind of that catch-22 thing going on where people wanted you to have the good gear to even go and get the good gear, but you couldn't get the good gear without having the good gear. Like, you were fucked. That's why pugging was kind of weird. But you can run around in like nearly 280 item level gear without going anywhere near Mythic Plus or Raid these days. So, you know, the players have a way to go, hey, look, at least I've got gear, at least I'll do some damage, even if you don't have the achievement. You know, I don't think that's really a big issue. But the toxic alternative of LFR looms large enough that it attracts people to. My opinion is the game doesn't give you a good reason to try and get into the better content. It gives you a more toxic, easier path, which is LFR. LFR's like that fast food restaurant. You try and book a table at a restaurant, and there's no seats in the restaurant, so instead you end up in McDonald's. Yeah, you still got fed, but you still feel shit about it. Just because an option is there doesn't necessarily mean it's a good option to have. And if, you know, if the McDonald's wasn't there, maybe you'd try a little bit harder to find a seat at a restaurant. Is the way I view it. Let's have a little looky if we got any points to spend here. Oh yeah, I put points into the bow in order to craft my bow for my hunter, didn't I? There's a good chance I'll end up crafting a second one of those. Other hunter. This one, yeah. Though with top tier materials, I can actually craft this at quality 5 with concentration, so I don't care about putting any more points in that direction. So, where are we spending these points? I actually don't know. Nobody cares about ingenuity. We could start going in this direction. But the mass crafting options are never that fruitful because I just buy the mats off the auction house anyway. I don't know. I don't know where we're spending these. I need to come up with a new plan of action for my points on inscription, apparently. Uh, 5 skill and a sub-spec. Need the second sub-spec. There's some points in there. LFR legit gives raiding a bad rep. Trains the wrong behaviours. People caring far too much about loot. I mean, this game has always had that issue, isn't it? Like, people, loot is life. Loot is life for a lot of players. Right, this dude's done though for now, I think. Why am I getting PTSD and cross visions when applying to groups and applying to jobs? Conclusions, humans suck. When left to our own devices, we can be animals at times, yeah. Why the hell? Ah! This was the dude we got the shards on to take over to the PTR to test Dunduns with. I need 10 more used vitalities. I have shards up to a total of 8. Meaning I could run 8 runs, right? Oh, this is not the right. This is not the right one. Okay, I'm not pissing about with that. I'm not doing flipping dun runs. Let's head home and we'll assess the gear situation on this dude. 241 item level. clearly suffering a little bit more. Work to be done on this fella. My alchemist and my engineer. Still rocking some adventurer gear. 6, 7, 8 void, 8 bonus rolls left still. So loads of room to move there. Have I done any content on this dude this week? Oh no, I've still got something in my vault. Okay. Looks like I haven't even started the process on this dude this week. What is in the vault? Curiosity. A pair of braces or a pair of set legs. Well, that's going to be very difficult to not take. So much so that I might just take those now. Call it a day. So if I get... No, I know why I haven't taken those, because I should use my bonus rolls first, but... Ah, sod it. I'm probably not going to do too much on this dude this week anyway. Just take the set legs. GG. Big brain question, what will they announce or show us at BlizzCon? We're not so far away since it will be sooner. It's in September, isn't it? So there's I mean, the obvious answer is Classic Plus. And the obvious answer is they will both showcase it and give us a launch date for Classic Plus. But I almost wonder if they can last that long without saying anything. September is, in theory, only a few months away, but I do wonder if they can manage to go the whole summer without saying anything. When was the last time they... when did flipping the last Classic expansion come out? Like, the Classic community is getting rather impatient already, but... I mean, a remix event is a good shout. Remix is, you know, the newest remix is a good shout. Although I'm not sure they're going to keep the I don't think they're going to really try and keep the remix too much of a secret. I think the amount of feedback they got on remix, the Legion remix, from some pretty extensive testing, whether they listened to it all or not, was definitely useful in the end. So I don't think they're going to keep remix much of a secret. They'll announce it and want to give probably a reasonable test period for it as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure. This is the difficulty with them sort of announcing 3 expansions at once, way ahead of time. It's like we know what the next WoW expansion's called. We kind of can tell where the story's going. Either they just already tell us what we kind of already know, or... I don't know. Don't know. I wish I had some sort of secret insider info, but don't. I'll play Classic Plus if they ever bring it out. It's coming. There's no denying it's coming. There's no denying it's coming. It's just a case of when. Oh, have I just used 450 of my... Oh, I forget that I've got my work orders set to use concentration. Probably shouldn't have that, should I? Whoops. Whatever. For as long as I'm still trying to harvest knowledge points, I don't mind too much. the concentration value on one alt is negligible. I usually wouldn't pay 500 gold for 2 knowledge points, but I make it up with the other orders. Why not? I'm not looking to make gold with this, I'm just looking to get the knowledge points reasonably effectively. Evercores, man. 321,000 Evercores at 2 gold 69 apiece. Jesus. How that market did stack up high. Why does CraftSim show the last ones as profitable when they clearly aren't? What do you mean? I mean, most of these are profitable based upon the fact that they cost nothing to craft. The way I've got my list set up, the way I have it set up is to show anything that will give me knowledge points or artisan security. And so it says it will cost me 500 gold. Don't forget, CraftSim takes into consideration the value you might get from selling a augment rune. It has a predetermined rough valuation for the goodie bags. So it averages out and guesstimates what you'll get from these and assigns a value to these. I don't know how much value it assigns to a goodie bag, but it does take it into consideration, I know that. I know CraftSim is not 100% perfect, but nothing can, because anything that's presenting you a profit is taking some mathematical average into consideration from somewhere. Because CraftSim takes into consideration your multi-craft and resourcefulness. So, you know, it's all working towards an average. Why sometimes you actually win and sometimes you don't. It's, you know... And this is the difficulty with these, like, you know, yeah, if you open 100 Artisans Consortium goodie bags, you'll probably verge towards the average yield of one. But you could just get something stinky out of it, or you could get something really lucrative. Again, it's an estimation, it's a suggestion, not necessarily always factual. Not to mention, resourcefulness is one of the most, you know, doesn't matter how you calculate it, resourcefulness has such a wide level of variancy depending on how it rolls and what it rolls on. Like, for the purpose of things like patron orders, like, it's realistically never going to be that accurate. It leans pretty heavily into the theory of why if an add-on or a spreadsheet or a tool tells me that there's like about 10% margin in something, I still ain't going anywhere near it. Like I tend to believe any of these add-ons and any of these tools that exist should, you know, you should consider at least probably a 15% margin of error. Because, you know, even if unless you're doing anything by a scale of 1,000, you're unlikely to land perfectly on that sort of you know, that average. When you've got the, you know, just multi-craft and resourcefulness by themselves you know, provide such a wild swing in possible outcomes. This is why you really should make sure there's at least a... My personal aim is at least a 20% margin in summon. If there's not 20% margin in it, I'm not doing it. Because at that point you are just gambling and hoping for the best. Even if mathematically you'll come out on top, you then have to do it at such a large scale, it doesn't seem worth it to me at that point. Crafting's just, crafting's too risky for me these days, mostly. Loads of knowledge points from those, though. That one little round of patron orders got us loads of knowledge points. Oh, sorry, that sound was the dog slurping from water bowl. His collar's quite heavy and clinks on the side of the water bowl. Out that one out. Resourcefulness to all midnight alchemy reagents, transmutations, and alchemy stones. Not the most useful one. Potions and flasks. Gaining resourcefulness for potions and flasks was more important. Where do we want to put the points now? Does this give anything other than ingenuity? It doesn't at all, does it? So it's an absolutely dead node. I either now need to go vials or start working on potions. It's the chain securing Manthias to his desk. Yes. That is exactly it. I don't know where I'm putting these points next. I don't know where my next adventure is on that, so we'll just figure that out another day. 62 points in engineering. Flippity doodah. Flippity doodah. 30, 60, 90. I still need 120 points still to finish profession tools even. I think I've left these so that if I ever want to make a profession tool for some reason, I can just slam points in wherever I need it, rather than having them pre-assigned and hoping they're in the right spot. Seems kind of bonkers, but... Then I should maybe put some points into guns, just as an alternative for my hunter. But I've got crafted bow these days, and I don't think I'm ever going to change that. So from a self-sufficiency, I don't really need that. August 11th, 12th, patch 12.1. Is that a confirmed date? Or is that you just pulling a number out of the air? Is that a guess? Oh, Wowhead's dead for me. That seems early. That feels early. That feels early, but you're actually probably not far off, because we'll get 1207, and then in theory it's 8 weeks after that. In theory, yeah. So in theory, about 10 weeks from now, it's probably not far off actually. 12/1. If it's mid-August, that means late August we get Season 2 starting, and then mid-September's BlizzCon, isn't it? So by the time the Race to World First is probably done, we then have BlizzCon. In theory. Yeah, that might kind of fit nicely. That might not be too bad. So many points. I forgot just how many points you need for profession tools and engineering. It's kind of gross. What is this total tree? 30, 60, 90. So 180, 200, 225 points for this entire tree. Flipping else. Just to be good at all of the profession tools and accessories. I've not even bought half of the recipes for these. How much Moxie we got? What are we saying in terms of Moxie? Oh, ha! Okay, I've got more Moxie than I thought I had.
Baladash, Malanore.
Are you planning a purchase?
Which ones do I need then? Mining accessory, not collected. Let's grab that one. The fishy rod is not collected. We'll have one of them. We've got the jewel crafting one. The other mining accessory. Need that one. Head mounted beam bummer. I did give Blizzard some feedback about what bummer is slang for in English, but they clearly didn't listen to me. You still need that recipe either way. No, that one. No, that one. Oh, okay. That might be me done on Moxie then. Engineering. Means we can turn any further into just goodie bags because there's nothing else to use it for. What headphones are you using, by the way? Just looking at the Apple AirPod Max and not liking the price of $500. Oh, I'm not surprised. Those headphones are mentally expensive. I use Bayer Dynamics DT 990s, I think I'm using. They're kind of pretty stereotypical, middle of the run, not gamer-ified headsets. I love Bayer Dynamic as a brand. I've had a few pairs of their headphones in the past, and they're always good quality, but the only frustration is this damn thing. They don't do anything that's, like, wireless and reasonable. Well, they do a Bluetooth set, but it's like €450. It's not happening. Is there then anything else I need Engineer's Moxie for? I don't think there is. I think I've got everything that I can spend Moxie with. Means I'm past the point of needing Engineer Moxie. So it's just Engineer Moxie goodie bags from now. Do I buy the goodie bags or do I just save the Moxie in case they do something weird in the future? I mean, I can't imagine an Engineer's Moxie bag is going to be worth anything more than about 10 cents. What could there possibly be in here that's of any value whatsoever? There's nothing in it. I mean, you're just praying for a recipe, aren't you? You're genuinely just praying for a recipe. 7k gold, yeah. Oh, Craft Sim has expected value. Yeah, it's even on my tooltip. 7,000 gold is the expected value from one of those. Well, that's clever. There's even less from an alchemy bag. Flippin' hells. Flippin' hells. No, there's no noise cancelling on them, no. They're considered studio headphones, so you'll probably never find noise cancelling on them.
goods serve you well.
What else do I need? Do I have any recipes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 recipes? I still need the Moxie for here. Only 900 of it's needed though. So we're nearly past the point where we need Moxie with alchemy. Is that? Am I buying these from you? Sun smoke sensor. We need. Yoink. Aranir preserving agents. Yoink.
Return when you need more.
These actually have the opposite of noise cancelling, to be honest. They're open back ones, so you all the more can hear anything that's going on around you. But there's it's not done by any tech, it's just that they're backed. Root bound vat, Harandar. Let's go get these. They're probably rep recipes, right? Void Storm, Harandar, Zulaman. Anything else I need from here? I got everything from the cauldron. So Void Storm. Go grab this. Yeah, the battery life and the wireless is good with Apple usually, but yeah, the Apple tax on headphones is something chronic. Like AirPods, sure, fine, they serve a purpose, but everything else, I feel like, yeah, the AirPod, the rest of them, I just feel you're getting scammed. You're paying twice the price. But I'm no aficionado with this sort of stuff. Where's the quartermaster around here? You're not like over here or something. Where is the person I'm looking for? You?
Baladash Malanore.
Excuse me. There we go. Potion of Recklessness. Do I have the void light on me? Yes. Beautiful. One of those. Any more for any more while we're here?
Power is to be wielded, not feared.
Bingo. Marnie extract. That's going to be Zulaman. I think there was a couple from Zulaman, wasn't there? These all come from Spectres. One from Harandar as well. Vial of Perception. Let's go grab that one quickly. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend these headphones that I use to most people. For starters, these are 250 ohm headphones, which means you need a bit of an inline amp for them as well.
Send them back where they belong.
Because if you look at the price of these look very competitively priced, but when you realise you need to plug them into some sort of powered amp, and if you don't have one of those, then that's going to cost you on top. They're a bit of a bit of an illusion. They're good quality though. I've nothing bad to say about them quality wise.
Go and make
And
legend.
they're comfy as hell. That's the only one thing I would say about these headphones. I can have them on literally all day, and I don't know that they're on. They're super comfy. But that is to say, they're super comfy on my head. They may not be as comfy for everybody. That sounds like my wife's just got home. That means my Marmite delivery's arrived. What else are we missing? Zulaman. That might be... Is that the last thing that we need Moxie for? Oh no, there's 3 recipes I still need. No, I've just bought those. I've bought 2 of those. Yeah. Marnie extract is the last one I need. So if we get that, we then bought everything we possibly can with Moxie on alchemy as well. Means this character can just, from that point on, just convert it into goodie bags whenever. Kiss the wife, not the Marmite. It's alright, she understands. He gets it. What time is it? Holy shit, it's 3 o'clock though. Jesus, I didn't realise. Time flies. Should really get into audio sound mastering a bit more. I tend to reckon it's kind of like TVs. It's like image. Like I often recommend that you stay. You go as long as you possibly can, living the life of ignorance when it comes to visual and audio quality, because it's one of those things you can't go back on. You just genuinely can't go back. Like, when you get used to good quality audio, or with like a TV, you get used to a good picture quality, you're just cooked from that point on. I've for way too long been, you know, this is what if you have technology as a hobby, you know, life just gets more expensive for you. Genuinely. Some people are more than content with like a €10 pair of headphones because it does what they want it to do. They can plug it in and they can hear something. Like but when you level up, there's no leveling back down again ever. I'm burning an awful lot of void light buying these, but whatever. We're going to eventually anyway.
Thank you for taking a look, child.
There we go. That now is everything I need for both for alchemy and engineering Moxie. Good. So they can now just be burnt into goodie bags. Lovely stuff. Been meaning to do that for a while, I just never got round to it. Oh, I've got 8 Dun shards on this character though. It is going to frustrate me having them sat there. Then again, we could save them and then do 8 runs next week and then 8 more apparently. Even though I wasn't aware that that was an option, but I'm strongly informed it is. In fact, I don't know how long I've had these for. Maybe I could be doing exactly that well, no, because I've got... Oh, I don't fucking know the system. I hate this. Roll on 1207. Oh, haha, I didn't turn in my quests for the Fused Vitality for either profession. That would have been a big whoopsie, wouldn't it, if I'd forget to do those.
The dark times will pass. State your business.
There's me
Remember the sun.
3 fused vitalities. Some bonus knowledge points to go with. Happy. I didn't actually get to doing any of the stuff I meant to do on this dude, did I really? Which was to go run some delves and stuff to use some bonus rolls to get this guy up a little bit more. In case anything interesting turns up in 12.1 that needs me to go out and do it. It's probably smart of me, considering what time it is, to not start doing something now, though. I think I'm going to leave it there for the day. Boys and girls, thank you very much for stopping by today. Appreciate it, as always. This week, there's only Thursday this week that's going to be a little bit weird. I've got a dentist appointment on Thursday, and I can't for the life of me remember what time it is. But usually, a dentist appointment comes along with some numbness of the face, you know. Meaning, if I have a dentist appointment, I probably don't stream that same day. So, we'll be business as usual this week, minus Thursday, I think. So yeah, thank you very much for stopping by. I would love to say come say hi on the Discord. If you're not already there, come say hi and join. But Discord invites are closed at the moment due to bots doing stupid things. The Discord will open up again for new members soon. But if you're already there, say hi. I've committed to try and put some more security in place to keep the bots at bay as much as I can. Yeah, I don't want natural people joining the Discord to have to jump through 15,000 hoops and start filling out questionnaires and stuff just to verify that they're a real person. Like it's that fine balance between keeping the bots out and not making it too gross to even jump in and say hi in the first place. But yes, I'll fix it soon. Did I see a video saying you could do all 8 in one go now? Coming in the next patch, 1207, with the next patch, we'll be able to, yeah. Right, but boys and girls, thank you very much for stopping by. Appreciate it as always. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will catch you next time. Peace.